Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the channel with me, 3-Tip Scout, for a stream that we're going to focus on, I think, looking at cap cheat codes. Every Wednesday we tend to do that. We will try to look at players that we think have a good chance of outscoring their average on Sorare, and we tend to look at players that have L15 scores of 40 or below. So we're going to be diving into that today. And of course, we're going to be talking about all things Sorare. So your teams, players, strategies, ideas with the game. You know that it's an open forum, so we're going to be talking in depth about it. And also, we're going to be continuing our little experiment on Pooky. We have 2 more games left to predict on Pooky. And the experiment is I'm trusting you guys, the community, to do my predictions for me. But the plus side is that if you get them completely right, 100% correct, you win a limited card. So anyways, we're going to dive into it. Hello to everyone in here. It's really quiet. I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. You do not need to wait for me to speak before you speak in the chat. You can get going in the chat before we get going on the streams. Hello to GBR21. I'm actually quite glad, GBR21, that you are in here today and that you've said hello, of course, in the chat. So hello to you, man. I haven't been able to send your card yet because I've just not got round to doing it, but I have seen your message responding back to me. In fact, you know what? GBR, can I do it now? I think I can do it now. GBR21, can you let me know again, if you don't mind? Can you let me know what your Sorare manager name is, please? Like right now, and I'm going to send you the card. I'm going to bring up the list that we use to track the giveaways, and I'm going to send the card to you live. Might as well do it now. There's no better time than the present. Hello to Mickey as well. Mikey. It's probably Mikey, isn't it? Hello, Mikey. Sorry, man. I said Mickey. It's not Mickey. There's no C in there. Hello, Mikey. Hello to Rich as well. Arthur, he says nice. And then Big Merc 14. Hello also to Mark Gork. I don't want to forget anyone here. Mark Gork was actually the first in here in the chat saying hello. So hello to Mark Gork. Haven't forgotten you, man. And of course, Twitch Gaming too. It's okay. That's it there. All right. Let's find it. I want to send it to you now. It's been on my mind. I thought I was going to be able to send it to you before we started the stream today, but I just didn't get around to doing it. There we go. This is it here. And what I need to do really quickly is I need to remember what card you won. There we go. No, hold on. That's RSK returns. So you must be on the other one. Okay. Find you. There we go. Okay, so you won a limited card of Anti-Rebic GBR21, which is not bad at all, right? So congratulations to you again. And thank you, as always, for the incredible support on the channel with your sub. So let me send you the Anti-Rebic right now. Okay. How did you get on, by the way, GBR21, on the weekend with your teams in Sorare? Did you actually win anything yesterday at all, or was it a bit of a disappointing game week? Because for me, it was a disappointing game week, but a lot of guys in here actually had a pretty good game week. So let us know if you can. And I guess that goes to everyone, because of course yesterday we were live, but we don't do evening streams anymore. So this is my first opportunity to hear what everyone got from Sorare on rewards yesterday. There we go. All right, it's sent over to you. So again, congratulations and thank you so much for the support, GBR21. You won 2 tier 4s and the $2 threshold. Lovely. What were the T4s that you got? I mean, I guess we can probably see them, can't we? Given that we're on your gallery. I'm guessing it was these two here, Archibald Brown and Javier Lebrez. Yeah, one as a reward, and then this one was one as a reward too, right? Yeah, cool. Wow, this guy is 20, but isn't really playing. So yeah, I'd probably be selling him too, like you are. Archibald Brown's not bad though. He's okay. Quite like him. Doesn't tend to play a lot though, does he really? But I think there's a good player there. Hello to, who we got in here? Graham. I really want to know this. Yeah. So Graham said, afternoon, he got an Aidan Morris as his star from Champ America. So that's actually a brilliant reward. I know that Graham yesterday was saying he ideally wanted to try and win the Carlos Gil, but he didn't get Carlos Gil. He did get Aidan Morris, and Aidan Morris is fantastic. So Graham, congratulations to you, man. What are you going to be doing with the Morris card? Keeping or selling? Because that's probably one of those cards that is a great one to win for both reasons. He's great in SO5, but he's also one of those players that so many managers would want. So you could probably get a very good price for him if you wanted to sell him. Arthur won a tier 4 and tier 5 and $5, but haven't opened them yet. Why haven't you opened them yet, Arthur? Are you doing some kind of new experiment here? Or are you just going to try and like stack up all of your rewards and then open them all in one go or something? I can't do that. I'm so bad at that. Like when I have something to open, I'm going to open it at the earliest opportunity. I'm like, my patience and like my impulse control is so bad. I'm just going to dive in and start opening it like it's Christmas. Rich says he won a limited Rayan Chukri. Was my best reward. Wow, it's a very good player. Where did you finish to win that reward, Rich? And are you keeping or selling? Because if I was you, I'd probably be keeping that player. Tisdale says he got, oh wow, got a Kai Wagner as a reward. Oh, that's a brilliant reward. Yeah, everybody knows if you've been playing Sorare for a while that Kai Wagner is absolutely top. He's a super baller. So incredible. Really well done to get Kai Wagner. I'm jealous as well. Did I see the Pachuca versus Philly result? I did, yeah. What a car crash for any any guys out there like me that had Philadelphia players in their lineups, especially Andre Blake. I had Andre Blake in my team, and yeah. Andre Blake done this for us. So the funny thing is, right, is that I was actually debating whether we swapped out Andre Blake and we put in a different goalkeeper for this midweek. And the reason why is that, first of all, it's an away game, and you guys know I don't like to target goalkeepers in away games, really. I did kind of want to play him because it's Andre Blake. He's actually quite a good goalkeeper, and we have a lot of bonus built up on him. But the main thing that was kind of putting me off Andre Blake was that I think heading into this game week, I think he had an L15 of like 54 or something. It was quite high for Cap 220, and it presented a bit of a challenge for me to put a balanced team together. So I put this out and I put Costner in there because with Blake being so high, we could only really afford, after putting the rest of the players in, we only had like 36 points left over to fill the last slot. And luckily Costner was 36, but I was kind of debating whether we should have swapped him out and then put in a different player in there who was maybe a little bit higher, but had more of a chance to, first of all, start, and then second of all, like score good. So in hindsight, having seen the absolute disaster of a result for Philadelphia, kind of do wish that I had listened to that voice in my head that was telling me that maybe this wasn't the right thing to do, because it wasn't at all. Disaster. But you know what? Jan Gregus didn't do that good for me, and Kosanu. I'm almost hoping now that Kosanu doesn't start. I'm actually also hoping that Cade Cowell doesn't start or just DMPs entirely. I'm sure I'm not the only one that thinks like that. You know, like, and let me know if you're also like this, right? But when you put a lineup together in Sorare, and of course you want it to go really well, but then when you have a result like this, I instantly then think, okay, now I want the whole team to bomb. Because then if the whole team bombs, I feel much, much better that it wasn't just one player and that the whole team just kind of just was in the bin. I think the worst thing is when you have a result like that or a score, and then everybody else just then starts to smash it, and you're like, oh, that really hurts. But if you start off with a really bad score like that, and then everybody else just does really bad, then it kind of feels like you've dodged a big bullet, even though you kind of haven't. You're keeping Aiden Morris for the in-season tournament. Good choice, man, Graham. Yeah. You're saving it for a rewards video on R2S on YouTube, but stacking them up is a great idea. Okay. Free tip scout. I'm actually 5th in UC in a tournament with 2 players left to play. No one in the top 40 has more than 1 player left to play. And if Marshall and Fish perform, we'll finish first. Oh, wow. That is exciting for you, actually. I think Fish is usually quite a good performer, isn't he, as well? Marshall, dodgy one. Because I think, isn't he away? Aren't they playing Ross County away, Twitch Gaming, like in this game week that you have them in your lineup? They could do well in that fixture because they're not that strong, Ross County. So I'm praying for you. I hope that you can get the first place there. What will you win if you get first place on Ultimate Champions with that team? I don't know the rewards offhand, so yeah, let me know. I'd like to know what you could potentially win. And then Rich says, I'll probably sell Cherky, sorry. I've not got any League One players. I was 118th in Champ, Euro Limited. Wow. You can win Cherky as 118th. What was he then? Is he like a tier 3 or something? He must have been a tier 3. How much is he? Tier 3, yeah, I think he is a tier 3. At that level, when you finish around 118th, that's usually tier 3. It's a very good player, though. I think one of the issues with this player is that he's never really had proper good runs in the team. He tends to like be a bench player every now and then, but when he does kind of get a good run, he's actually pretty good. He shows a lot of quality. He almost needs a loan, or he needs another club to come in for him and buy him with the promise that they're going to be starting him. He's going to be the main starter. Like a lot of Sorare managers, especially the OGs, right? The ones that were playing Sorare 4 years ago or whatnot. They bought this guy when he was like 16. And a lot of them still have his card because he was very highly rated as he was coming up through the ranks. They play Ross, and I need 181 points to be first. I'd win 350 MGC and 300 UNA. Lovely, man. Okay, when is the Ross County game? Is it today? Twitch Gaming. I'm asking because I think I want to, now that I know that you are close to winning it, I think I want to try and watch the game, or at least track the game, see how it goes. You'll definitely be able to open the under 23 pack on Friday too. Lovely, man. We haven't said it at the start, but if you are on the stream and you have no idea what we're talking about or what this is here, then we are talking about 2 games. Well, 2 games that we play. One of the games we kind of cover quite a lot, which is Sorare. So you'll be able to find a link for that in the chat if you want to give this a go. There's a link there. Please do use that link. if you want to sign up to Sorare, because that link will massively give you a benefit in the game. You'll get up to £20 credit to spend in the game once you have collected your first 5 cards from the auctions market. And the other game that we're just kind of talking about is another game called Ultimate Champions, which is very similar to Sorare, but there are a couple of big differences between them. So it's a game that you can play alongside Sorare rather than kind of choosing between one of the two. You can play them both, actually. And this game here, the link for that is in the chat too. If you use that link will give you, I think it gives you, instead of a card, actually, I think with that link, because they changed it recently, with that link, I think you can get up to like 200 UNA, which is actual cryptocurrency, so it's money. And I think you get the money once you have spent, I think, $20 worth of in-game content. In Ultimate Champion. So please do use them if you are looking to check out these games, because not only do you benefit, but it also massively helps to support me, the channel, and the running of the channel as well. There is actually another game that we cover quite a bit, and it's this game here called Pooky. So again, if this is completely new to you, I have a beginner's guide on my YouTube channel and also on my Twitch channel. So please do give that a watch. But if you want the quick breakdown, this is a sports prediction game. So you are collecting what's called pooky balls in this game. So these are digital assets which you own. They have real world value, but once you own them forever. And you can use them to make predictions on football games around the world. And if you are good enough or accurate enough to get most of your predictions fairly correct, to finish in the top 50% of a leaderboard, you then win money. And if you are unlucky enough to not finish in the top 50%, you don't lose anything. You just go again until you do win something. So this is a really cool game as well. We have a lot of fun playing it. The returns on it are incredible. So you can start playing this game today for $28.41. Which is actually 22.5 Matic. You can also play free to play. So if you're not too sure whether this is the right thing for you, then you can start playing for free. If you use that link in the chat, that link will give you a free Pooky Ball. You can check out the free to play. You can see how it works. And if you are really enjoying the game, you think, yeah, this is the game for you, then of course, then you can pick up a common Pooky Ball or a rare, basically one of these 4, and then that will allow you to start playing for cash. And of course, that link there also gives you a discount. So if you are going to be buying one of these Pooky Balls here, of course, it's better if you can get some money off. So use that link and you'll get some money off as well. All right. So what we're going to do today, as I mentioned, is we're going to try and spend a little bit of time looking at this watch list and trying to add to this watch list here, the Cap Cheat Codes watch list. If you don't know what this watch list is about, and if you want to access it, it's a public watch list here, so everybody can access it. There's the link for it. You do need to have a Sorare Data Pro membership. If you don't have a Sorare Data Pro membership, then I am going to give you another link. It's links galore at the moment, isn't it? Well, not a link, actually, but I'm going to give you a code. Use my code there, FreeTipScout, if you are looking to upgrade your membership on Sorare Data to a Pro membership. That will massively support the channel, and then it allows you then to access this watch list where we have tons of players that we add weekly. On UT, what packs would you recommend? You mean Ultimate Champions, yeah? I would recommend the Jumbo pack on Ultimate Champions. Big time. That just, for me, the Jumbo pack is one of the best value packs that you can open. Yeah. It's 750 MGC, which is the in-game currency. It really doesn't take a long time to earn that. And then I think you actually have very good chances to pull some epic cards in there. For example, I pulled an epic card yesterday, and I'm pretty sure that I've pulled about 3 epic cards from like the last 5 or 6 jumbo packs that I have opened. So it's, and I've actually got most of my, I'm not kidding, I've actually got most of my epic cards in my collection. Most of these have come from like basically opening packs. And if, for example, like Christopher Perry, I didn't get from a pack, but I got another epic card from a jumbo pack, and then I sold that card for money, the cash, right? And then I used that cash to then go out and buy somebody like Christopher Perry. So, yeah, the jumbo packs have really helped me to start building, and I think you guys should try and use them as well. Hello to Eddie. Hey, anyone else can't see this challenge like Park the Bus promoted from Sorare for today? I don't know what we're talking about here. Let's have a little look. Let's have a little gander. Okay, so this is from 1 hour ago. The new challenge, which is going to be, from the looks of it, it says here, look, only for Atletico versus Inter and BVB versus PSV. So maybe you're looking at, I don't know, actually. We'll try and find it now. Those are the 2 games which it applies for. Today, try to reach the highest threshold with Park the Bus Tactic. Okay, Park the Bus Tactic. Okay, for a chance to win a limited card of the player. So basically, you need to use Park the Bus, and you need to use it in Atletico versus Inter and BVB versus PSV. If you were looking in here, you're not going to find it in here. And if you were looking at rivals in the missions, you're not going to find it in the missions because it's not a mission. You simply need to lineup build for this game here, and also the Atletico Madrid one. And then when you use your tactic, like if we just do this here, we just put in whoever, I don't know, just in case you guys don't know what we're talking about and you don't know how to do this here, just pick whoever, pick your team, right? And then press continue, and then do continue here. And then you want to pick this tactic here, Park the Bus, right? This is the challenge which Sorare are referencing here, okay? It's a tactical challenge. Maybe they need to make that a little bit clearer. They do say Park the Bus Tactic, but it's a tactical challenge, so you need to pick that tactic, and you need to pick it for Atletico versus Inter. And then it says you need to reach the highest threshold. Okay. It's a bit of a weird terminology. What do they mean by that? What do they mean? I'm guessing they mean just try and reach the highest points? Or do they mean literally reach over 11? Maybe they mean that. Reach like the over 11. So if you reach over 11 clearances in Park the Bus, then you will qualify for a chance to win a limited card of the player with the most clearances. I think that's what they mean. Yeah, I mean, they could make that a little bit clearer, couldn't they? Because for some people that are playing, they won't, threshold is like a terminology that is, to be fair, in Sorare, it's very associated to Capsule 40, right? You talk about any threshold in Sorare, you're usually talking about Capsule 40. So I get what they're saying here, I think, but probably what they should have said is you need to try and reach the highest clearance of 11 or something. Yeah, that's basically how you play it. Yeah. Hey FTS, how's it going? Bad luck strikes again. Karaoke red. Gignac pen conceded. kills of Cap 240 for me. You know what, FBL thinker? I woke up this morning. I was actually planning on following the game last night, but I fell asleep. I was absolutely knackered, fell asleep, right? And then I woke up this morning, and I'm not kidding. I couldn't believe my eyes that here. I knew that Guzman, unfortunately, I found out about Guzman well after the deadline. If you don't know, guys, then Guzman is out for 2 months with an injury, which is really annoying because, yeah, we were kind of hoping that we could win something in All-Star. Really bizarre game where Tigres won 4-2, but it's bizarre because there were so many instances of negative and positive decisives, right? The forward here, Gignac, he scored a goal and he also conceded a penalty, right? Carioca provided an assist and also got a red card. And it doesn't stop there. Look, when I woke up this morning, I couldn't believe my eyes, okay? Then you've got Ibanez, who comes off the bench, right? Ibanez comes off the bench and concedes a penalty in 11 minutes. Okay. And then you kind of got Galis, who scored an own goal. Very weird game for decisives. Look, got this guy here, Dagger, Thorlison, who conceded a penalty too. I mean, it was just a game full of incident from the looks of it. Definitely not a game that I expected it to be 4-2. And it just looked like there were so many errors in it. I mean, what is Gignac doing conceding a penalty? And then what is Ibanez doing coming on? The two forwards conceding penalties. You guys know I always say it. Like, if you're a forward, get out of my box. Don't be in my box. You know, like, if I'm a defender, I'm literally saying, get out of here. Because you are the types of players that will concede penalties. Like, stay out of the box, basically. Never get it. Why forwards are conceding penalties. They should be nowhere near their own box at all. So, yeah, really bizarre. Really bizarre. And, yeah, again, the Tigres stack doesn't pay off. It's actually beginning to feel like a bit of a cursed collection for me. How much did the Tigres collection cost? I think my collection cost about 60 or something, 60, 70, which is a lot, you know, for like limited cards today. And it's not like I've had the collection for that long, so a little bit pricey, really. You was following it, was so happy till the end of the first half, then it went pear-shaped. Yeah, just a bit of a disaster, really. I mean, to be honest with you, for me personally, I'm kind of grateful that it ended the way it did and that they didn't score that good. Because again, if all of these guys had hit like mad scores, and I would have been probably more annoyed that we could have then potentially won All-Star, but our goalkeeper DMP'd on us. So the fact that our goalkeeper DMP'd just again puts me in that mindset of, okay, if he's not going to score, then I'm almost hoping that the rest of the guys can not score that good. So that then the whole team is a write-off, and that's pretty much what happened. Yeah. Bit annoying, though. So at the moment, with my teams that I put out for the midweek, I've pretty much only got one team now that I am, like, this is done. Like, this is done. The Cap 220 Limited is over. We have 3 players left to play. Doesn't really matter. This is over. This is done. You can't win anything, really, with a goalkeeper that gets 2.4, and then Jan Gregus with 44.8. And then, yeah, the All-Star team was one of our strong teams that we were hoping could do really well. And this is over too with the DMP. This, of course, is nowhere near high enough to hold on to any type of reward at all in All-Star. It says tier 3 now, but by the end of the game week, this will be miles off. They won't win anything. So all our hopes now are pinned on Cap 220 Rare. Yeah, all our hopes rest on this one. Tigre is more like tears, yeah. Yeah, it's not been great so far. But one of the advantages of having the full collection is that when something like this happens, right, where Guzman's now out, I'm not screwed over because I've got, of course, the backup goalkeeper. So I just need to keep playing the Tigres collection and just hope that one game week, it's gonna come off for us, and I think it will. But yeah, it's been a little bit of a frustrating start so far. Also, you have to know that not everyone can participate. What? Not everyone can participate in what? The challenge here. Who can't participate? Because it says T's and C's apply, means a lot of countries can't compete because of legal issues. Oh, okay, yeah. That's like a standard. That's like in every challenge that they do. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, the backup goalkeeper for Tigres is quite low. This guy here, he has an L15 that's, I think, 43. There we go. Yeah, so we can start to... I mean, the thing is, though, is that that's fine, but we don't really tend to use Tigres in a capped mode competition because we tend to play Tigres in All-Star. Yeah, maybe we could start playing them in cap 220 or cap 240 now that the goalkeeper is significantly lower. Yeah. He's not very good, this goalkeeper, to be honest with you. He's okay, but he's not that great. Yeah. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, for now, why don't we try and head over to do some scouting. So we can start to look for some players, some cheat codes with an L15 of under 40. So, actually, one other thing before we talk about it, I think it's quite important, just as a kind of like a reminder to everyone, in case you've missed it, is that Sorare did drop a announcement yesterday, 19 hours ago, about the card requirements change to cap 220. Now, we knew that this was probably going to come because they're removing basically common cards from cap 220 as part of their transition to the new format. This kicks in from game week 463. So you've still got quite a few game weeks to play with your common cards, but from game week 463, which I think is actually at the end of the month, isn't it? Yeah, I'm saying we have quite a few game weeks. We don't. We've basically got 4 more game weeks, haven't we, until this kicks in. So yeah, from the end of the month, when the transition phase starts, you won't be able to use common cards in cap 220. You will need to be able to play 5. So you need an extra card. So if you've been using mainly common cards as goalkeepers, right, for your cap 220 teams, and you haven't got enough goalkeepers because you've just been using the common cards, then you're probably going to need to go and get a couple of keepers just to tide you over until the cap 220 is then scaled back to a weekly tournament. Now, just a reminder on that as well. How does it work in Rare? Can you still use a limited? Yeah, you can still use a limited in Rare. Yeah, they've only made the change in limited, so you can't use commons. But yeah, in like Rare, you can use the limited. Yeah, Andre Silva is already in our watch list here. The cap cheat codes, yeah, he is. And then goalkeepers are going to rise once more when people realize they can submit more lineups. They will, yeah. They will. Goalkeepers are incredibly cheap at the moment, and I actually think they're probably a little bit too cheap. So, yeah, hopefully we do see a little bit of a bounce in the prices for goalkeepers, which we will. We will, of course. And there's no hopefully about it. We will. Because at the moment, people don't need to go and get a goalkeeper. But then, of course, if you force people to go and get one, then there's going to be more demand for goalkeepers, isn't there? What was I going to do? I was going to do something else as well. Then, I've just forgotten what I was going to do. I guess it wasn't too important. So, Let's look at some players now for the next game week. So the game week that we are concerned with is game week 459. And let's start with looking at some goalkeepers here. And what we're going to do is we're going to obviously look for players that have an L15 of 40 or below. Now, you don't need to look for 40 or below. Maybe you need players that are like 41, 42. Of course, just adjust it to what you need. But we tend to prefer to look for players under 40 because, if you can find a really good goalkeeper that has less than 40, then it's going to give you a great chance to build a very strong team for very little under the cap. So L15 and under 40, and then if we just filtered this here, we'd probably get, we get like 584, which is, to be honest with you, a little bit too much really for us to sift through. But one of the ways you kind of get around that, as we show every week, is that you can then tinker with the playing time for the L5 or the L15 or the L40. What we tend to do is we tend to put a little bit on the L40. So we can put that one at like, say, 10%, filter that, takes it down to 163, lovely. And then what we could also do in the L15 is we could put that at, say, 10% too. That will most likely give us results of under 100 or around 100. Filter that, there we go. So it's just a nice, easy way where you're looking for goalkeepers that have that low L15 cost, but you're also looking for goalkeepers that are relevant. So by doing that small adjustments to the filters there, you're basically getting rid of the pure backup goalkeepers, like the goalkeepers that never get a look in at all. And you are still including goalkeepers that are backups, but come in every now and then, okay? And you can see that here, look. Keylor Navas, he's got 20% of games played in the last 5, last 40 as well. So he's the backup, but he comes in from time to time. And the same with Pepe Reina. He's playing at the moment, mainly in the European games, but he's not really the main starter. So you want to try and find backups as well, because the backups sometimes will have an opportunity to come in. But you also want to try and focus on goalkeepers that just have low L15s and that are starters as well. So let's have a little look here at the 75 that we've got. Let's sort this by... let's sort this by L40, I think, for now. Okay, so Casillas, Perez. Okay, Perez is injured, as far as I know. He's a new signing for Católica. He's not injured. He's on the subs bench now. I've got to be honest with you. Perez has surely got to come in soon, because at the moment, Católica are not performing that good defensively. They're shipping loads of goals. They haven't looked that convincing. He's actually not probably somebody for this week or this weekend, but he's actually a pretty good goalkeeper. He's got a good record to him as well. He's probably the type of player that, if you want to be smart about it, you try and pick up whilst he's got a really low L15 and his price is not too bad. And then you just bide your time. Because I think if this continues for Universidad Católica, then they're going to have to start looking at a different goalkeeper and probably looking at different players all round the pitch as well, not just the goalkeeper. But usually when a team is struggling and they're conceding far too many goals, the first player to get the chop is the goalkeeper. So keep that in mind, guys, that Perez here is probably worth a pickup, just long term. Let's put him into the cap cheat codes here. Does anybody actually own Perez already? Can't believe Joe Hart is 0.0011. He has still games remaining, yeah. everyone basically just abandoned him, didn't they? As soon as he mentioned that he was retiring at the end of the season. But you're right. You're absolutely right. You know, he's got games left to play. He's so cheap that you could buy him. Let's just bring up Joe Hart here, actually. It's a good shout from FPL Thinker. So Joe Hart is like 348, right? He is retiring at the end of the season, but he still has quite a few games left, okay? So what you could actually do is you could, in theory, buy him probably for even cheaper than this, really. You could probably get him for under £3, and then you could then claw all that money back over the next 4 or 5 games or so, and then he's paid for. You wouldn't be able to use him after. He'd then just almost be like a collector's item, but it's Joe Hart at the end of the day. Plays for Celtic, so he's still got some utility left. Alonso just confirmed that Kovar starts tomorrow in goal for Leverkusen. Really? Wow. Okay, so Joe Hart there. Good shout, actually, from FPL Thinker. Who else we got here? We've got Kepa. Kepa's not playing at all. Tyler Miller, no. Pepe Reina isn't really playing the league games, but he is kind of getting a run in Europe. But that run in Europe is probably coming to an end this week because they are trailing by 4 goals from the first leg against Marseille. So Pepe Reina is not really one to look at long term, especially this weekend. David Bingham, no. Did Bingham actually play for Charlotte? He didn't, did he? Bingham's firmly a backup. Yeah, Bingham's a big backup for Charlotte. Should be Kalina, no? Yeah, Kalina's the main number 1. It's a good backup, though, David Bingham. Not bad at all. But yeah, he's not going to start. Backman. Okay, Backman did come back into the fold, didn't he? So Backman's an interesting one. He didn't do that good. He didn't do that good. So in his last game, he got 10.9. He conceded a penalty. And they lost at home to Coventry, which is shocking. I mean, if you look at Watford here, I don't know what's gone on with Watford, because they were doing pretty well this season. And they were in contention for the playoff places. But their form at the moment, look, they've lost so many games. They've just really fallen apart. I actually quite like Backman as a goalkeeper. I think if you were really struggling in Cap 220, if you really needed to look for a goalkeeper that had a low L15, then he'd probably be one to look at. Yeah, there could be a bit of a shake-up, it's true. Yeah, so there's no guarantee that he keeps his place in the team for now. But I think it's absolutely worth a look, Backman. They're going up against Birmingham. Birmingham are not that great. They're towards the bottom of the championship as well. And, you know, with Watford being in the state that they are, and especially now that they've sacked the manager, which was Valère Ismail, then often what happens is that the team then will get a result immediately after a manager's been sacked, because that rot has been removed. And it's almost like, okay, start afresh now, forget what's happened, go out there, impress me. Do they have a new manager yet? Who's the new manager? Because I know that he got sacked, but they've put what's his name in? The guy who used to play for Man United. I should remember him. What's his name? The youngster. He's like the interim, isn't he? Not a youngster. What's his name? He used to play as a midfielder for Man United. Somebody help me out in the chat. Yeah, Cleverly, that's it. Yeah, Tom Cleverly. Thank you, Rich, man. Yeah, so Cleverly's like the interim manager, isn't he? So as an interim manager, he's going to be telling his players, look, I don't care really what happened, but we've got to sort this out and we've got to get a result. Where actually are they in the league? The last time we looked, I think they were too far away now from the, yeah, they're far too, look at that. Shocking for Watford. Because heading into the season, there was an expectation that Watford should be at least trying to challenge here for the playoff spots, right? Yes, it's not good enough for Watford at all. And this is a tricky game because you can see that Birmingham are 1 point above the drop zone. So this is not an easy game for Watford because Birmingham will be well up for it. But if they do continue with Bachmann, then he would be a good option for the cap modes, given that he's an L15 of 26. He's only £3.80 as well. We're going to add him in. Hey, I'm looking to buy Sorare data premium under your code, but should I buy in GBP or USD? As USD would be cheaper, right, for me, as I'm from the UK. Can you buy in USD if you're based in the UK? I didn't think you could. Because I thought that there might be some kind of location where it kind of almost logs your IP and sees that you're not in America. If you can, then it might be something to do, because then it would be cheaper for you. Yeah, if you can, then it would be cheaper. Yeah, sure. I would just assume that you can't, because it would kind of know that it would see your location. I can't remember whether you need to put a location in as well. If you need to put a location in, like in any of the form fields, then that could also be an issue. Because if you put, say, for example, UK, but then you try to pay in USD, it might not allow you to do that. I've not really done that myself. But let us know, boy Matty. Let us know. Yeah, if you're able to do it, then let us know. If you can do it with no problems, then that's probably something we'd like to share with everyone. Okay, Gaston Gomez is in here. He's a good goalkeeper, but he's not starting at the moment. Murakami, the legend's in here with an L15 of 40. Blaswich is now a backup again. He had a very good run, to be fair. So Yanis Blaswich had a brilliant run in the team. When he joined Leipzig, he joined as a backup. But I think he's had loads of games for them, because of the fact that Galacci got injured very soon after he joined. Right, we do need to talk about Matt Sells here. Matt Sells has an L15 of 40. He's the starting goalkeeper for Nottingham Forest. They have tons of good goalkeepers that could be starters for Nottingham Forest, but Matt Sells is the starter. Since they brought him in, he's now the number one at Nottingham Forest, right? We're talking about Nottingham Forest here. We're not talking about a team that's very good defensively, but we are talking about a team that is about to face Luton this weekend. Now, Luton at home are good, but Luton, and I've got to be honest here, I'll be really surprised if Luton smash Nottingham Forest 3 or 4 goals, okay? This should be a very tight game, because Nottingham Forest are battling relegation along with Luton. So both of these teams know going into this weekend's game, this is not a 3-pointer game, this is a 6-pointer game. Whoever wins this here then has a very, very good chance of staying up. And if Luton win it, it'll be huge for them. If they both get a draw, great, it keeps their chances alive still. But they will know, both teams, that this is a game that, given their fixtures that are coming up, this is a game that both will feel that they really need to win in order to stay up. So I expect both goalkeepers to be very busy here, but I also expect it to be quite a tight game. It's not going to be an open game just because of the stakes that are on the table here. So Matt Sells with an L15 of 40, I actually think is a good option for this weekend, because even if he doesn't get a clean sheet, he will be tested a lot by Luton. and he should then be able to outscore the L15 to 40 and probably give you a score of around 50 and above, which is pretty good. So Matt Sells needs to go in there as a cap cheat code for the weekend. It's not like a super cheat code, because he's not going to be, you know, if you're playing for 40, he's not going to be delivering probably like an 80 or a 90. He could do, but I highly doubt it. But if you were looking for a starting goalkeeper that had a low L15, then I think Matt Sells would be a good one to look at this weekend. Okay. Schmidt. Schmidt used to be a goalkeeper that everybody who was a budget manager used to own. In fact, I think I owned him way back in the day in limited. Let's have a little look. I did. Look, there you go. I owned a Schmidt. I paid £13 for him back in, well, nearly a year ago. I paid £13 for him, which at the time was a bargain. At the time, I couldn't believe that a Daniel Schmidt was £13, so I bought him. And I sold him because I saw the way that Sorare was going with the prices and whatnot, and I was like, fuck. I thought 13 was good. I definitely don't want to hold a player that I bought for 13 that's then going to go to basically nothing. And that's essentially what's happened. A very good backup, but not a starter. Yeah, good backup though. Probably a good goalkeeper to pick up really on the cheap. So like if he ever gets to kind of like around £1 or something, or less than £1, then that would probably be a really good time to pick him up. But he is the backup. Yeah, so keep that in mind. Hello to Twisted as well. Am I fucked? My only starting goalkeeper, Bondman, won't play. Why won't Bond? Oh, okay. I know why Bondman won't play. I saw this from, I think it was Sorare Austria, that posted a picture of an article from an Austrian newspaper saying that the manager of Wolfsburger wants to test out their backup goalkeeper in a league game to see whether he's actually able to play at that standard. So yeah, that's pretty annoying. Yeah, it's pretty annoying if you've got Bondman, because he's not done anything wrong, but they just at this stage of the season, they want to give the backup a couple of games to see whether he's good enough really at the club. Another one is Langarek, though Nagoya are having horrible start. L15 of 40, will he be dropped? Is he in this? Is he on this list here? Because he has if he has an L15 of 40, I hope that we would see him. Where is he? Why is he not here? He might not be here. He has an L15 of 41. Okay, but yeah, very good option. Very good option, FBL. You're right. I mean, it doesn't look like they're doing that good. And they're not. They're losing games left, right, and center. They're conceding in every game. He probably is at risk of being dropped if it continues, but he's a very good goalkeeper. Thing is with Langarek, right, is that he is a good goalkeeper, but and you can see that here. He's got a very good record of clean sheets as well in the J League. Nagoya Grampus should be doing a lot better than what they are. Look. Their defense is not that good, though, is it? They've got Patrick as well. Interesting. Their defense is not what it used to be, is it? But they still have Nagomi. Nagomi is just not the same player as he was 2-3 years ago. You know, 2-3 years ago, this guy was a bit of a monster. He's not so much anymore. So it looks like he's got a really poor defense in front of him. How much is Kasper Juncker these days? £2.81. in limited. Casper Junker's £2.81 in limited. Wow. Damn. I think I bought him back in the day for like £20, 25, maybe a little bit less than that. I bought him a couple of times, look. So 17, 14, then I sold him. Oh, I bought him, sorry, for 20. No, I sold him for 20, sorry. I didn't buy him, I sold him. Bouncing Betty, hello to you. Hey, FTS, hope you're well. Do you think Hamer will get the starting spot back? Backman has been shy in the last 2 games. Yeah, we were just talking about that. We were just talking about Backman. It's difficult to say because with Watford having a new manager, it's really difficult to get into his mindset to know who he's going to pick. Does he revert back now to Hamer? Does he keep Backman? I feel like you keep Backman for another game at least before you mix it up. But that's what I would do. Now, obviously, I'm not the manager, so it's difficult. I think you'd probably need to check what the actual expert, the Watford expert on Play Sharper, is going to put down here because they would know the ins and outs of team selections for that club way better than I would. I'd like to hope that Backman would be given at least another game, though. I think coming in for 2 games isn't enough. You're right, he hasn't been that good. But then the whole team hasn't been that good either. So I'd like to see him be given an opportunity fresh under the new manager. And then if he's still done crap, then the new manager, Tom Cleverley, could say, okay, it's time to revert back to a different goalkeeper here. But yeah, really good question, by the way. I did have Junker. Yeah, I had him for a while. I love Junker. I can't believe that he's, I can. I need to stop saying I can't believe that somebody is this cheap in Sorare. Because if you can't believe that players get super cheap in Sorare and you've been playing the game for 3 years, then you're kind of deluding yourself. Because every player, we know that now, every player has the potential to get to stupidly low prices in Sorare, unfortunately. Even if they're very, very good. He's not had a great start, has he? And then he missed the last game too. Really like this guy. I love him from his Bodo Glimt days. When we see this, I feel old. Yeah, defo. Let's go back to our goalkeepers here. Okay, so we've talked about Perez. We've talked about Pepe Reina, Backman, Gaston Gomez a little bit, Blasvich, Matt Sells, okay, Schmidt. Oh, okay, not really a cheat code in my eyes, Falcone. This is not a difficult opponent for Lecce, but I still wouldn't be. Oh my god, he's £11.80. Why is this guy £11.80? Why? His AA is not too bad, to be fair to him. But he doesn't get you loads of clean sheets, though. In my eyes, this is a player that's severely overpriced here. Not under 23. He doesn't have midweek utility. He doesn't have international utility. He actually has quite a few limited cards as well. Stupidly overpriced, in my opinion, this guy. Look how many scores of 70 points or more he's given over the last year in 40 games. Why is he £11.80 in this market? This guy should probably be half that. Bizarre. Really bizarre. He is an Italian goalkeeper, yeah. I don't think Italian goalkeepers deserve that type of a premium, though, to be honest. He was, when was this? This was like back in January. He was £33 back in January. He is coming down, of course, because his season is getting closer and closer to the end. But, I mean, maybe it's because he's playing the Serie A. There's a bit of a Serie A premium, but you really shouldn't be paying £11.80 for this type of player. Absolutely not worth it. Based on this, I mean, this scoring is trash, really. 75 starts only 10 clean sheet. I could do better than that. I couldn't. But that is not good. That is not a good ratio for a goalkeeper. If you don't know, a general ratio that you should be trying to get in terms of clean sheets to games played from a goalkeeper is around 30%. Okay, that's almost like the bare minimum. You should be trying to target goalkeepers that can give you clean sheets 1 in 3 games, okay? And that they have a record in their career that shows that they deliver clean sheets 1 in 3 games. Like 10 in 75 is appalling. Absolutely appalling. And as I say, he's not playing for a good team. So every now and then, look, they're going to get battered, which they are. Every now and then. That's just really overpriced. Don't really get that. I think if you look, I mean, you could. Who would be a better goalkeeper here that I would pick up from a champion Europe team? I mean, to be fair, it probably would be Matt Sells. I'd probably pick up Matt Sells over. In fact, I would pick up Matt Sells. Matt Sells is £9.17. I'd absolutely pick up a Matt Sells over Falcone. And do you know why? Because with Matt Sells, I can play him in a Premier League in-season. Whereas with the other guy, I can't. Because there is no Serie A in-season. Has Matt Sells' new card been going for that? Okay, so his new card's been going for, wow, £10 14 hours ago. Yeah, this guy's stupidly overpriced, really. So, yeah, wouldn't look at him at all for like as a cap sheet code. This guy's good, he doesn't play. This guy, Matt Turner, I actually quite like, doesn't play. Ooh, Flecken. Okay. So Flecken is a goalkeeper that most of you already know from his days at Freiburg. And of course, since he's been in the Premier League at Brentford, he's not really been doing that great. Brentford defensively haven't been doing that great. He is going up against a team that are bottom of the league, Burnley. And so even though his scoring has been dreadful, this is probably one of those games now where for an L15 of 40, he realistically has a very good chance to outscore that and potentially deliver a score like this here. If we look at Burnley, yeah, Mavogo is really good. I like Mavogo, but like Lorient haven't been that great so far. Yeah, I think Lorient have been a little bit underwhelming this year. And unless I'm mistaken here, I think they are also at risk of getting relegated, no? Lorient, because they've been that bad. But Mavogo's brilliant, yeah. As a goalkeeper, bouncing Betty, you know your goalkeepers for sure. He's good. I like him. And the great thing with him as well is that he is obviously part of the Swiss national team. So, you know, you might be able to get some international utility from him as well. He's still quite young, isn't he? 29. I mean, if Lorient got relegated and if he ended up staying with them, which to be honest, I don't think he would. But if he did, then he would absolutely wreck it in League 2 next year. But I do think that he'd probably end up getting a move if they got relegated. But yeah, he's got Monaco this weekend, which is really horrible. So definitely not the type of player to target, but he's actually quite a good goalkeeper, yeah. But Mark Flecken this weekend, that you can see the form of Burnley here. They've not won a game in their last 10. They've actually lost 7 of their last 10, which is dreadful. And they don't tend to score a lot of goals either. Look, they've only scored 27 goals so far this season. They're not bottom actually. I thought they were bottom. They're joint bottom. The only team that scored less goals than Burnley is Sheffield United. So Burnley have scored 27 and 28. And at home, they've actually got the worst record at home. They've only won 1. They've only scored 13 and 14. Now, keep in mind that Brentford aren't actually that great away from home. So if we find Brentford here, There we go. Brentford have lost 10 of their last 14. So their away record this season's been dog awful, which is why Brentford are hovering close towards the relegation zone. It's not because of their home form. Their home form's been okay, not bad, but it's been okay. Away from home, they've been shocking. They don't score a lot of goals, but we're not really concerned about that. They do concede quite a few, but against Burnley, even if they concede against Burnley, I'm not expecting them to concede more than one. And so somebody like a Mark Flecken here, that's actually a pretty good shot stopper. Mark Flecken could deliver a really good AA here. You can see against Man City, he had an AA of 43. I don't think he's going to have an AA like that because it's Man City. You can see here that when they played Man City again, he had a very similar AA because Man City are always going to be testing the opponent goalkeeper. But could he get an AA like that of around 10 or more, 14, 12? I think he could. And then, of course, if he does keep that clean sheet against Burnley, which is a big if, by the way, but if he does do it, then with a combined AA of around 10 to 15, you should then expect him to give you a score of around 70. And for someone that costs 40, it's pretty good. He's a little bit expensive. He's like £14.38, which technically isn't that expensive, but probably compared to the other goalkeepers around him, it's a little bit on the higher side, given that he's only a goalkeeper for Brentford. And they actually have kind of a bit of a tricky run because like Man United, Brighton, Aston Villa's not that great. But if you did pick him up for this weekend against Burnley, you've then got the prospect of Sheffield United, Luton, Everton, Fulham, Bournemouth towards the back end of the season. And those are pretty good games to target. So I think he's already in our cap sheet codes. He is there. So yeah, Mark Flecken, if you didn't know, I think is a good option to look at for the weekend. Yeah, David's got him in his team as well. Lovely, man. Antonio Rodriguez is a good goalkeeper. I don't like the team he plays for. He has an L15 of 40. He's very cheap. He's not going to give you loads of good scores. I've got to be absolutely honest with you. Because of the team that he's playing for. Santos Laguna, ordinarily, I'd be a little bit worried about picking a goalkeeper against Santos Laguna, but Harold Preciado, their main forward, is not able to play anymore. He's been banned, I believe, he's been at least suspended for a drug-related offence. So the fact they don't have Preciado means that you can probably target this type of goalkeeper now against Santos Laguna. Of course, Santos Laguna don't also have Brunetta. So when Santos Laguna had Brunetta and Preciado, you would never, ever, ever want to choose a goalkeeper against Santos Laguna with those two. Brunetta, of course, moved to Tigres. Preciado is no longer playing. And Santos Laguna are actually aren't doing that great. Let's bring them up. Plus also Tijuana have a home game. Oh, look, to be fair, they've won their last 3, though. Well, they're doing better than I thought. Yeah, it's not the greatest fixture, but I think if you were looking for a starting goalkeeper, especially for America, right? You didn't want to pay a lot, and you needed a low L15 goalkeeper, and you wanted a goalkeeper that has low supply. So he has 214 limited cards, right? There are no more limited cards that can be minted for this player, okay? This is really important to know because if you are going to invest in limited cards, the ideal way to do it is to buy limited cards where Sorare can't mint any more of them, which then means that his price has more of a chance to hold value because Sorare are not running it into the ground by just minting like there's no tomorrow. So the fact there's only 214, Sorare can't mint anymore. He's the starting goalkeeper going up against Santos Laguna at home, and Santos Laguna don't have Hal Preciado. He actually could produce a really good score. So keep him in mind as well, I think. Who else have we got here? Miguel Vargas. Okay, right. I'm going to mention Miguel Vargas here. I've already mentioned him before. So if you were on the streams from this week, you might have picked up on this here. Miguel Vargas is not the starting goalkeeper. All right, he's the backup. However, there is an issue here for Deportivo Garcilaso. And the issue is that their starting goalkeeper, let's bring up this game here, Diego Penny. Yeah, this guy here. Diego Penny's 39 years old. He's the number one. He's been the number one for a while. There's no cards of him in the game. He's the captain at Deportivo. There's something going on with this guy that isn't quite right, because look at his form so far this season. He's had 3 red cards, and he has also produced an error that led to a goal. The fact that he's been sent off so many times is a huge worry. It makes me think that there's something going on with this guy's personal life or something for him to just be doing that now. Because he's not the type of player that has been sent off loads, right? He's had a couple, but to get 3 red cards in almost the space of a month is a worry. So this is why I'm mentioning Miguel Vargas here, because Miguel Vargas is a goalkeeper that will get some game time with the main number one getting sent off pretty much every other game. And eventually, if that continues, the manager's just going to say, you know what? I can't trust you. You get sent off pretty much every game. It's no good. So we're going to try a different goalkeeper here, like Miguel, because he's not going to get sent off every game. So Miguel Vargas, I think, is really worth looking at. I've picked him up myself, anticipating that he's going to be getting more game time in the future, the near future. And he has a very low L15 as well. I think I think he might actually play this weekend, though, because if Diego Penny has had 3 red cards in such a short space of time, then I think, does that not automatically qualify him for a 2-game suspension rather than 1? I think it does, you know. Could be wrong on that. He enjoys a week off, yeah. He does. He likes to work 1 week and then he like has a working week and then 1 week off, right? So he works 1, works off. I said that so badly, but you know what I mean. 1 week on, 1 week off. That's what I tried to say. That's what I should have said. Okay. So Miguel Vargas needs to be in the cap cheat codes as well, because if he does start playing, which I'm expecting, he'll score very good. Even though they're not that good a team. Bolat here is a very good goalkeeper. This is a horrible game for him, though, against Genk. He's got a very low L15. He's also very cheap as well at 221. He needs to go in there too. Sinan Bolat. Zachary Stefan needs to be mentioned here. So Stefan is the number 1 for Colorado. His L15 at 26 is, of course, incredibly good. That you absolutely should consider him. He's not doing well at the moment, but forget about that. He has an L15 of 26, so it's really difficult for him to not outscore that. He starts on 35. He obviously has to get absolutely hammered like this here, and then he's going to produce a poo score. But even if he produces a score like this here of like 39, 34, there's still a really good overperformance on the cap, and it just allows you to have a starting goalkeeper that then frees up more points for you to fill out the outfielder positions with heavy hitters. You could even throw Messi in to a team with a Zachary Stefan in Cap 220. There's only 38 limited cards as well, so he's in really low supply. And he is £21, but I actually think that's pretty good for Stefan. They haven't had a very good start, Colorado, but I think they're going to get better because they are, in my opinion, quite a good team this year. So we're going to add him in as well. All right. Filip Stankovic. You could actually argue he's probably quite a good one. Who else we got on here? Who's down here? Okay. Oscar Wally. No. Do let me know in the chat, guys, if you've got any suggestions too. As I always say on every stream, I don't want these streams just to be where I just roll off name after name after name. I'd actually love to hear any suggestions, any players that you think we should know about as a community as well. Maybe you've spotted somebody that's not an L15 of 40 or below. It might be 42, 43, but it's worth us talking about. Julian Crowell in here, Kaminsky. To be fair, for the same reasons as Matt Sells, Kaminsky's actually quite a good option this weekend. Home game against Nottingham Forest. He will probably score quite good. This is one of the few opportunities that he's going to have to maybe get a clean sheet. So Thomas Kaminsky, he's a good goalkeeper anyway, but he's a good goalkeeper for the weekend against Forest here. Is he in there? Yeah, he is. There you go. You can get Shamal George for 180. Yeah. Shamal George plays for Livingston, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not a huge fan of Livingston, which makes me, by default, not a huge fan of Shamal George, but I actually agree. For 41 in his L15, he's a starting goalkeeper and he's only £1.56. You really can't quibble at that. He's not going to give you loads of great scores, but he is a good enabler goalkeeper where you can play him for quite low and it just frees up loads more points for the rest of the team. He's not got a bad fixture, but it's also not that great because it's away. But I think that's a good shout. Yeah, Shamal George. I think he's already in there, no? Look, we've already got him in the cap cheat code. So yeah, good shout there. Yeah, Schiel as well for Austria Lustenau. So Schiel, we have him in the cap cheat codes, but you're right. He's also quite cheap, I think. Schiel. I don't think he's as cheap as, he's not as cheap as Shamal George, but yeah, he's definitely in that ballpark of less than £4. Doing really good in his L5 at the moment. Yeah, made a good penalty save. Also got an assist here as well, so pretty incredible. And yeah, he's also in, well, he's not in the cap cheat codes, but he probably should be, yeah. Why is he not in there? I thought we added him in a long time ago. Great shout from Senub68. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, none of these guys here, actually. Trevor Carson, no. Connor Hazard. So Connor Hazard wasn't playing for a while. He has been coming in. He got dropped to the bench again. I quite like this guy, but I wouldn't recommend him for this weekend, and I wouldn't recommend him unless you are willing to invest in the long term. I kind of like him, actually, personally. And the fact that he's Northern Irish means that he is part of the national team as well. But for £5 average and certainly £15 as a floor, you don't want to be spending any more than a couple of quid for this guy because you just want to pick him up and then just sit on him for the future. I think we will add him in there. Yeah, it's a good start. All right. Let's take Tim Melia. Yeah, Tim Melia is a good shout. I like Tim Melia. He's definitely on borrowed time because I think he's a goalkeeper that will retire soonish. Not this season, of course, but obviously at 37, he doesn't have lots of legs, but he's actually a goalkeeper that produces quite well in his AA. You can see that here. They have, who do they have? They have Earthquakes, okay, at home. Earthquakes are doing poor. So good shout there. He's 42 in his L15. He's £6.33, £6.58 on the market. Good call. Yeah, we've got him in there already. The cap cheat codes is already in there. Very good call, though. Hello to Assets in Sport. Late to the party. Assets in Sport, I'm not sure if you've seen it, but you should have a DM from me on Twitch because you won a card in a giveaway recently. So please check that out and drop me your details so I can send you the prize, man. Late to the party, but Wellington has started decent enough for Avispar. 36 cap and less than £1. Not a long-term option, though, at 36 years of age. Very good, though. Good shout. Yeah, Wellington. He's not a goalkeeper, though. But he's a forward, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. This guy here. So, yeah, he has had a fairly good start. Good AA as well. Look. Even the 8.4 here is pretty good. Yes, not a bad shout at all. I think back in the day, he used to get quite a few goals, didn't he? Yeah, it's really back in the day. But given his price, it's pretty cheap. That's okay. That's okay, man. I love to just hear suggestions in general. It doesn't matter whether they are goalkeepers or not. Of course, we're just trying to focus on goalkeepers for now. But if you guys just ever know of any good players or you think players that others in the chat should be aware of, then just let us know and we can always just bring them up on the streams. This is what the benefit of doing a stream is, right? It's interactive, so we can just go with the flow. So yeah, Wellington, L15 at 36. He is 36 himself. He's less than £1. So he's starting at the moment. So I think that's actually a really good call. They have Tokyo next at home. I don't actually... How have Tokyo been doing? They've not been doing that good. So it's probably a very good fixture for Avispar, who find themselves here in 7th place so far. They haven't lost at home. Well, they haven't lost at all so far, whereas Tokyo haven't won at all. Good shout. Very good shout. What's that? I keep getting an offer from this guy. I think this is the second time. Yeah, look, this is the second time that this guy is trying to offload a Peter Galacci for one of our goalkeepers. Silly, really. All right. Let's take a quick breather. We're going to be back in 5, so don't go anywhere. Just taking a quick ad break. So use the time just to get a top up of your drink and just get some food or go to the toilet. We're going to be back in 5 minutes, guys, and we're going to start looking, I think, at forwards next. We've been looking at goalkeepers who have low L15s. I think the next position I want to start talking about are forwards. So don't go anywhere. Alright guys, hello again. So if you're new to the channel, if you just tuned in and you're wondering what we've been up to, we've just been going through low cap or low cost, low cap players in Sorare that you could either look at for this weekend or you could look at in the long term. And we've just been really focusing on goalkeepers for the last half an hour, 40 minutes or so, probably a little bit longer than that actually. And what we're going to do now is I think we're going to move it on. We've been adding these players into a public watch list. So if you don't know the watch list, I'm just going to share it again in the chat. You must have a Sorare Data Pro membership. If you don't have one, then you can upgrade to one and you can use my link in the chat. Not my link, actually, my code, Free Tip Scout, at the membership page when you are either upgrading or just originally signing up to one. And then that will give you access to the watch list, the public watch list there. Chat, can you help me? That's a question from Fury Sin. Go on then. We can help you for sure. Malv, thank you so much, man, for the 3 months there of support. Amazing. So thank you so much, man, for the resub there with Prime. He says Silicon looks okay for his price. Yeah, I like Silicon. I do. I think we've already got him in the watch list, but we'll check it. Yeah, L15 at 43. His next game against Utrecht is not that great, but it's okay. He started to improve a little bit, but he's been quite underwhelming actually for NEC since he joined them. This is his actual record for NEC. Initially it was good, but he's also had a couple of shockers. So he's one of those players that's a little bit frustrating because you feel like he should be able to deliver more scores of 60 points or more, but NEC as a defensive team are just not that strong. But I do actually agree. I think he does look pretty good for the price there of around a $5. I think actually, to be honest with you, you could probably try and get him for less as well. And maybe if you could get him for around here, look, this was when Silicon was really good price, when he was like under £4. So at the moment, he's probably a little bit expensive given where he used to be. But he's an L15 43 player. He's a main starter, so I agree. He's already in there, look, cap cheat code, so a good shout there. Do I like boxing FTS? Have you seen Iron Mike training? I do like boxing. I was talking yesterday on the stream how I would love if boxing at some point in the future came onto Sorare, because I would love to be able to collect boxing cards, and especially like legends as well, like Rocky Marciano, Mike Tyson, of course, Ali, Sugar Ray Robinson, Jake LaMotta, even Hatton. I used to love Ricky Hatton back in the day. Yeah, there's so many great boxers, right? I feel like a legendary boxing card collecting game that's a big opportunity in my opinion. I have seen Iron Mike training as well. I don't like that he's training to fight that Muppet. I think it's a shame. Yeah, Joe Fraser as well, yeah. I wouldn't watch it at all. Like, I feel like Iron Mike doesn't need to do that. I mean, of course he's doing it for money, but it's disappointing to see someone like Mike Tyson going up against the absolute twat. Yeah, poor. I think it makes a mockery of boxing, to be honest with you, when you see that. Someone offered me Alexander Prass plus Ikuma for my Daniel Malin. What do you recommend? You know what? I can't give you recommendations on that. Okay? Nobody can. Only you can figure out whether that's a good deal or not for you. And the reason being is you need to figure out, is the value good enough based on the player that I have? And also you just need to figure out, are those players what you need for your gallery? He should at the very least fight Floyd Money Mayweather. Yeah, probably. He does look good for 57, yeah. Mike's always, I think Mike's always kept his boxing game quite strong, isn't he? I feel like I've never seen Mike not look good whenever he's come out of retirement or whenever he's been rumored to be part of a boxing game. I've always seen videos of him, even when he was kind of like 40, late 40s, 50s, where he was freaking dangerous, really dangerous. He's always been dangerous, I think, and I think he always will be dangerous, even when he's like 80. You wouldn't want to mess with an 80 Mike Tyson. Yeah, so Fury, I think you just need to figure that one out for yourself, man. Let's look at some forwards now. Okay. That's okay. Let's bring the L15 up a little bit to 32. Then what we're probably going to do here as well is we're going to have to do it. I think for a forward, really want to try and look for a forward that has a good decisive score. And then ideally somebody that's also played at least one game in the last 5. Do that. So we have 185 here. And then we can put a little bit of a decisive score on the L15. Like that. There we go. So we then get, again, around 100. Ideally, that's quite a good point to be trying to target when you're running a search on Sorare data. If you can try and get the search results down to around 100 or less, then even just manually going through 100, it really doesn't take that long, especially if you already have a good knowledge about players anyway. It can take you like 10 minutes to, because if you think about it, look, there's 3, depending on your format, you can have 3 players per row. So then you just need to go through 33 rows, and it's really not a lot. What do you think about Morgan of Red Bull returning from a long-term injury? I don't rate him. I don't rate him at all. Okay, Ronaldo, Van Basten, Lopez is in there. Was he really? There's no limited cards of this guy. Interesting. This maybe explains why Michael Hoyos isn't starting at the moment, because they've just brought in this guy, Renzo Lopez, and he is starting ahead of Hoyos at the moment. Yeah, because they're playing him down the middle. I didn't know that. I mean, I knew that Hoyos wasn't playing, but Hoyos kind of is in and out of the team, or the starting 11. Kolo Muani, yeah. Definitely a good shout when Mbappe leaves in the summer. I agree with you. He's actually come up on our results here as well, hasn't he? Down towards the bottom, was it? I did see him on here. I don't know where he is, but he's here somewhere, isn't he? We're going to get to him. Interesting. This guy's had like a really long career. And you can see he's just been almost everywhere. He's been on loan a load of places as well. doesn't actually have a very good goal scoring record, but I always think it's a little bit difficult for someone that's been loaned out constantly to get that rhythm, right? It's much easier if you're kind of at one club, you're starting. It's much easier for you to then get that rhythm of scoring goals, you know, because you've got that stability. If you're constantly moving from one club to the other, it will often hurt your rhythm. And this is actually not too bad a record for somebody that spent most of their career jumping from one club to the other. Look, so many loans here. Yeah. I mean, if I was the manager of Independiente, then I would be playing, I think, Michael Hoyos over this guy, because I think Michael Hoyos is quality. But at the moment, they're favouring this guy. So, bit of a shame. We're going to keep the faith with Hoyos because he will get some game time eventually. Hello to Tennis Sam. How you doing, man? Okay. There's no limited cards of this guy, so of course, if you could pick him up in rare if you wanted to. I would say no, because even though he's got a low L15, I don't think his position at the team is very stable. Because Michael Hoyos could easily just start to replace him at any moment. Gribic, no. The board, no. Brodic, no. Is he even actually starting, Brodic? No, he's not. He didn't do too bad back in the day. It's okay, but he's not starting. And I don't think that's going to change too much, really, for him. Joel Pirro. There's still no limited cards of Joel Pirro because the championship is not covered. If Leeds got promoted, then Sorare could start minting limited cards of Joel Pirro. This guy's really good. He's not starting at the moment, which is a shame for him because he's actually scored quite a few goals for Leeds so far this year. Good player, though. I think in the rare, £31.95 is really not too bad for this type of player. I reckon if you could get him in rare for less than 30, even kind of like 25-20, that would be an absolute bargain because he's a very good goal scorer, Joel Pirro. Very good player. Scores lots of goals for the teams that he plays for. A little bit of a shame, really, that he doesn't start more for Leeds. Because I think he should. I think he had a really good start when he joined. They're almost, they have like a, what's the expression? An embarrassment of riches. That's the expression at Leeds, where they have so many good players up top and so many good attacking players, right? That it's a little bit difficult to fit Pirro in. And when they play this kind of system, like Pirro, he can play there, but I think he's actually much better playing as the forward. And with Bamford being fit, Bamford's going to be the lone forward up top. So good player to target long term. Not so much of a good player to target this weekend, though. Furashi's a brilliant player to look at. I mean, a lot of you guys already know about this guy. Japanese international, plays for Celtic. Every now and then he gets dropped to the bench, but when he gets a start, he's usually very effective. I like him a lot. I think £3.76 for him is actually pretty good. And I think it's good because he's still got a long-term contract with Celtic. And I think it's good because if you think about it, in the new format, Celtic are in the contender tier. And Celtic, with the players they've got and the league they're in, have the potential to be one of the cheat code teams in the contender tier. So getting good Celtic players is a in my opinion, I think quite a good strategy. I'm surprised that he's that cheap, really, even in rare. I mean, again, I said earlier, we shouldn't be surprised because it's rare. And so a lot of the prices are so low now. But I am actually surprised that he is £30 in his rare. There's quite a lot of rares of him, though, isn't there? 297 is quite a lot at this stage of the game. Went out a few. Did you give an opinion on my guys? I don't think I did. I think I might have missed that. Senab. Yeah, Dan James can't get in the team as well, yeah. Umar Dikiti is a good option. Yeah, good shout from Mikey there. Hello to Ligma as well. He's in the cap cheat codes there. My forward suggestions that I'm using myself these days: Erkin Jeong San Bin. Also got Yusa Pablo, Monreal. I think we'll get going soon when he gets used to the delivery from Bitgaram and Seong Woo. Big fan of Erkin. You guys know that, so I agree with that. Jeong Sang Bin. It's not a bad shout. I don't tend to play, that's K-League, isn't it? I don't really tend to play K-League, but I think if you were, then you could absolutely look at him. Yeah, I think the problem with Kara is that Kara really didn't... I wouldn't say that Kara was rubbish at Orlando, because I think in the first year at Orlando, I think he was quite effective, but in the second year, he basically didn't get a look in. He's a good player, Kara. So even if he was rubbish, as you say, Orlando, which I don't think he was, right? It's a good shout because Erkin Kara is very good. And especially in the Turkish league as well. He's not playing for a great team, Erkin Kara, but he has the potential where he can hit some really good scores. And I wish that he was starting more, to be honest with you. But he is the type of player that I would buy. Yeah, big time. So you watched him. I watched him too. I watched him too. I think he's a good player. Yeah. Sometimes you can have a situation, right, where a player's good, but then they just don't fit into a league or a team. But it doesn't mean that player's kind of rubbish, right? So I actually think Erkin Kara is very good. And I think if you look at Erkin Kara's record, his record almost speaks for itself too. So he hasn't quite had the revival that I was hoping he would get, because you can see here, look, he's not really starting. He needs to start. And I think if he's not going to be starting for Samsunspor, he needs to go and find another club where he can start. Because you start this guy, he will score goals for you. Yeah, most of the time. Oh, Sang Bin is in Minnesota. Oh, wow. Okay. Not too familiar with him. There you go. Yeah, I'm not familiar with this guy. Yeah. I mean, he looks okay, this guy. I don't know him too well, so it's kind of difficult for me to comment on him. I would say, though, that I think his price of £3.45 is too high, and it's largely because he's an under 23 player rather than a player that can actually deliver really good scoring. I think he can deliver good scoring, but it's actually a little bit too expensive. Yeah. So Senub68's given a couple of names there. I agree with Erkin Kara. I don't really know this guy, but I probably wouldn't invest in him unless I was going to invest long term. Because I think this is the type of youngster that you just pick up for the long term. You know that he's not the finished article. He's probably not going to play a lot. In fact, historically, he hasn't really played enough. So, yeah, keep that in mind, guys, really. Andres Martin, no. Who's a good one here? Oyazabal. Home game against Cadiz is pretty good. Problem with him is he doesn't look like he's starting at the moment. Is he starting? He is, yeah, he's starting again. He is a cheat code. Ibrahim Sissoko is brilliant. This guy here, Ibrahim Sissoko, is very good. Saint Etienne have been strong this year in the League 2, French League 2. This guy's a good goal scorer. Some of you guys might actually remember that I had him. I bought him in our FM save when we done Dunkirk. He was my main forward up front for Dunkirk. He's very good. He's got a away game to Bastia. I think Bastia are not super strong. I think the problem with this guy is that you're not really getting any AA from him, which is why he doesn't really score more than 70, 80. But given the fact he has an L15 of 40, he's got a good fixture this weekend where I think he can do well. So we're going to add him in. Randall Kolo Muane definitely needs to be a cheat code. And somebody that you pick up for the long term. As was mentioned in the chat earlier, when Mbappe leaves this summer, that is going to leave the door open for Muane to step up, hopefully, because we all know he's incredible. It's just he's almost playing in the shadows of Mbappe for now. But when Mbappe goes, Muane could very easily step up and become PSG's new Mbappe. He's being confined to loads of sub appearances at the moment. But make no mistake, this guy's incredible. But you do need to be, if you are looking at him, you absolutely do need to be looking at him for the long term, because he's going to be starting on the bench this weekend. £73 for Muane in the rare. Yeah. I don't want to say this. I don't want to say that's cheap. I feel like the word cheap is just used too often now in Sorare, to the point where the significance of it is just getting so muddied and blurry. Like if you use cheap all the time, then the cheap doesn't have any meaning anymore, right? What we probably should say is that this is good value for the type of player that you've got here. That is a part of the national team for France and is also playing for one of the best teams in Europe. So his actual utility that he gives you is incredible. He's got a long-term contract. He's only 25. The thing that you always have to keep in mind is that he will go cheaper, right? He will go cheaper. So this is good now. And if you think that this is good, then it's probably a great time to start looking at bringing him in. But he will go cheaper. Yeah. He'll go cheaper in the rare. He'll go cheaper in the limited as well. Yeah, we just mentioned Oyazabal. Thank you for that, though, Adrian. We mentioned Oyazabal. We didn't talk about Inaki Williams yet, but we will talk about Inaki Williams for sure. Yeah, I like that Oyazabal has a home game against Cadiz. That's really good. How's Gerso Fernandez doing? Not that great. It's actually quite a useful player, but not this weekend against Olsen. And he's not even starting at the moment either, which is a shame for him. Kareem Konate is good. He's a good youngster. A lot of potential. A lot of potential, this guy. £10 is a lot, but keep in mind that he's only 19, playing for Red Bull Salzburg. Good, very good player for the long term. Yeah. Being very effective in the limited starts that he's had as well. And for sure, it's easy to say that when he's playing for one of the best teams in the Austrian league, but I have been impressed by him. Not one for this weekend, though. Daisen Maeda. Maeda's definitely one for this weekend. L15 at 39. Yeah, Maeda's definitely one. Mabati from Michelin being on fine, still seemed reasonably cheap last time I looked. That's a good shout from Everton. And then Sterling Archer, high. Gaston Brugman, back from injury with the LA Galaxy, L15 of 36 there. So another good shout as well. Adam Ida's got a really low L15 at the moment, isn't he? Adam Ida's been in good form. But since he's joined Celtic, he has just gone from basically doing nothing at Norwich, really, because he wasn't starting. If you look at what he's been doing at Celtic, look. He started in 4 games. He's come off the bench in 2. So he's played a total of 6 games here on Sorare. He's got 5 goals, 1 assist, and he has a decisive score average of 55, which is pretty incredible for Adam Ida. He'd be a good one. Again, Ida and Maeda this weekend with a home game against St Johnstone, L15 of 40. You could probably really go hard, couldn't you, on a Celtic stack this weekend? Because even I wonder what we could do here. Just out of curiosity, could you do a Cap 220 Celtic team? Don't actually know if you could. Let's have a little look. I mean, Joe Hart's got an L15 of 50, but then you could run with Ida, right, for 40. Then you could run with Maeda, who has an L15 of 39, and then that would leave you with 91. The problem is that the Celtic defenders, they have really high L15s, don't they? Like Johnson has a high L15, Carter Vickers has a high L15, Scales has a high L15. Like, that's where you're going to probably run into problems here. The 69 for Johnston. Carter Vickers, I think, is around the same. No. There we go, 60. Scales is definitely around the same because he's been amazing. Look, 72. So this is really where you're going to come into problems here. Greg Taylor's not so high, though, no? Oh, he is. Look, 62. Yeah. That's the big problem. The Celtic kind of forwards are really cheap. There's also... Where's he gone? Where's he gone? Oh, I thought Callum McGregor might be low, but Callum McGregor's quite high. Yeah, so you probably couldn't realistically do a pure Celtic 220 team because of their L15s. When you could probably look at, say, Paulo Bernardo, but again, the problem is that he doesn't really start enough, so you couldn't really do it. It's a bit of a shame, really. Anthony Ralston needs to move to a different club. This guy is actually really good, but he doesn't start. If he moved to a different club, he'd be a starter. I mean, if Rio Hatate was available, which he's not because he's injured, but if he was available, then you could probably get away with doing a pure Cap 220 Celtic team. Rio Hatate, I mean, honestly, some of these Celtic boys are so cheap. Like Rio Hatate, and again, we use that word, which you shouldn't, but Rio Hatate is only like £31, which I think is really good. Because this guy's quality when he is fit and available to play. How much are their defenders? Okay, Greg Taylor at 54. I think probably the risk really with Celtic is that I don't think you would want to. Well, you could build a Celtic stack, right? But the question mark really is on the goalkeeper for next season with Joe Hart retiring at the end of the season. Who are they going to have as their number one? Because Scott Bain's not number one material. So I feel like they would need to go out and get a really good number one. But you could certainly go and get a lot of these guys in the meantime, and then just over the summer, when Celtic play their hand and they go and buy a goalkeeper, then you could just add him to the collection. Tresoldi's in there. Okay, interesting. Nicolo Tresoldi. Where did he used to play before? He's always been at Hanover. Interesting. I'm wondering whether this is this might have been the player that I came across on Football Manager. I think it is actually. I think this is one of those players on Football Manager that was considered to be a bit of a like a wonder kid or like a good young prospect. He's actually had a pretty good season. 21 appearances, 6 goals and 3 assists is decent for a 19-year-old that's really just starting to break into the team. He's got Kaiserslautern at home as well. This is a great fixture for him. I mean, he's definitely a cheat code because Kaiserslautern can concede 4 or 5 goals and more. They did improve, I think, in their last game, but against Hanover away, Tresoldi could do great here. Really could. So I think he probably needs to be considered one. L15 at 38, 19 years old with under 23 utility until 2029. He's only about £5 as well. It's a really good option. Magoso will come good. Yeah, Magoso's great. Stefan Magosa is brilliant. I like him. I think he was. I think his rare dropped to something like £3 or £4 not long ago. Well, before the. Oh, am I spelling his name right? Is it not even Stefan? Am I making up his first name? It is Stefan, isn't it? But he's on Sorare's Mugosa. I think his rare dropped to like a really low price at one point, a few months back. Okay, not as cheap as what I thought, but it did drop to under 20 here, no? Or around 20. I thought it got cheaper than that. No. This guy is absolutely silly. Like, when he starts, he's silly. When he gets a good run going, he can do that. Yeah. He's a good player. Look, you can see I've already got him hearted. We don't have him in the cap cheat codes, but for sure we might as well add him in. He's very good. getting on a little bit now, but decent player. Simon Taroda. What do we say about Taroda here? Taroda's not quite had the season that I thought he should have. He's actually been very poor for Schalke this season. Let's bring him up. I think Schalke overall have been really poor, but I really expected more from Taroda. He might just be showing his age now, right? He's 36 years old. But look, he's played 20. He's only scored 3 goals. He's only got 3 assists there. That's actually really bad. Like, for this type of player that has been a very prolific goal scorer, to not even score 5 goals so far this season is really poor. If we look at the last time he was in the 2 Bundesliga, which wasn't last season, but it was the season before, he got 30 goals in 30. And he had 4 assists. So 2 years ago, he was smashing it in the 2 Bundesliga. This season, he's been like a ghost. So I don't think he's a cheat code. This guy's a cheat code. So is Burkhardt. And Surridge. Friggin' 2. Same for Magri. Peter Moose is definitely a cheat code. You guys know that. Especially with a home game against Vancouver Whitecaps there. Ibrahim's been doing a lot better. I think recently, look, it looks like he's started to adapt to the MLS now. I think it's too early to say whether he's a cheat code, but for an L15 or 36, I think he's still worth putting in there. And Vasquez, to be fair, look, Luis Vasquez here, who never really gets a start. They have Kortrijk at home, who are not that good. He could easily come off the bench and do that. He's a good player to invest in long term. All right, we could go on doing cap cheat codes, I think, but I think you guys get the general gist of it. If you guys know of cheat codes or players that we haven't talked about because we didn't do defenders or midfielders, then let us know in the chat and we can definitely talk about them and bring them up. But I think I want to do something a little bit different now, just to mix it up. Yeah, I agree. All of those players you've mentioned are really good. One of the things that I was kind of getting a little bit stuck on yesterday was sorting out our rare teams for the weekend. So I think I want to have a second run at this to see whether we can think any different on it. Kiefer Moore, yeah, Kiefer Moore I like. And Berger Meiling for Copenhagen's a good shout there, too. One of the things that I was considering last night was whether I want to play 2 forwards in here or 2 defenders. Now, we're going with 2 forwards at the moment. I don't like not playing Morales in like a Champ America because we know that he's quite a heavy hitter, but he's also just got one of those fixtures where it's not good. He's also not at home. So probably I shouldn't play him because we should be going hard on him when he's playing at home. What I would like to find out is some information on Jose Quintero. Our son is named after Kiefer Moore, as J-Boy used to watch him a lot when he played for Truro City. We've followed him ever since. Wow. That's such a cool, that's quite a cool story, that. Didn't know that you even had kids. How many do you have? One? A few? Hmm. Okay, that's not really what we're looking for. Need to find some information about Jose Quintero. Kiefer and Quincy. Love it. I like the name Quincy too. Okay. One of the problems we're trying to find information in another, oh, okay, not that one. One of the problems we're trying to find information in about a team that is in like a South American country is that often I won't get any information because we're searching for in English. So we almost need to try and search in the native language, really. No, it wasn't him in the training pictures, no. Thank you to IMXLCE. I don't know how to say your name there, but thank you for the sub, man. Really appreciate it. Hold on a second. Spelled Ecuador wrong. It's not a good start. Let's go on here, because what we might be able to find are actual publications that are, can we not? No. Because this is like a news aggregator site. And so sometimes it helps to go on a news aggregator that then pulls in news sources from Ecuador, but can't really seem to find anything. How long do we persist with Zampedri? Forever. Oh. It's almost too it's too tricky to find out. We'll check it closer. I mean, I'm not like massively bothered by this, because if we can't play him, then we will just play Branco and Pereiro in here. But we would like to try and play Quintero. Just can't see. If anyone knows anything on him, then let me know. Maybe you know a source better than I do. You can see at the moment that there's almost expectation in the community that he's going to be on the bench here. He came off in this game with an injury, but I don't know the extent of the injury at all. And yeah, I can't really seem to find any info on it. So yeah, I think kind of just looking at this team again. Where's it gone? I think ideally this would probably be the team that we play in Champ America this weekend. But the player that we might change will be Quintero, depending on whether he's injured or not. And if he is injured, or if he's over the injury, but there's a risk that they don't want to stress him too quickly, and so they're going to put him on the bench, then yeah, we'll swap him out. So the big question mark we've got in this team is around Ogoose here. I think everybody else is fine. Ogoose has not started in the last couple of games, so like we'd really be playing him just to kind of keep the stack going with Slovic. But what I need to do here is I need to think about, well, if I really don't want to play him because I'm worried that he's not going to start again, then who would come in to replace him? I don't want to replace him now. I want to wait closer towards the game week starting. But we need to think about it. We need to think about, you know, if we took him out, who goes in to replace him? And at the moment, I don't really know. I mean, I guess we could put either Bocat or Garterman in there. Bocat didn't start in the last game, which was really surprising. He's not been that good, scoring-wise anyway, so I think he's hit a little bit of a downturn in his form. In fact, he has. You can see it here, look. It's been quite underwhelming. So he got dropped in this game, decisive score of 25. But actually in this game here, he started, but he's still done really bad. So Stovic was such a good purchase. They are looking quite likely to stay up now. Yeah, absolutely. Do you remember the amount of people that were telling us that, you know, it wasn't a good purchase and like it's not good because they're going to get relegated and blah, blah, blah. Like we didn't know what we were doing. He is a very good goalkeeper. And it's actually great to see that he's not only showing that with the clean sheets that they're getting. So since he's come in, like they've just massively turned around their season since he's come in. But even in the game where he didn't keep a clean sheet, he still managed to get a last man tackle, which gave him the score of 60. I mean, it's incredible because we obviously bought him for 120 or so. And then he just dropped really quickly, didn't he? Like, we bought him around here, and then he just kind of was dropping a little bit, even when he was doing really good. And of course, he's going to drop now because he has less and less games. But yeah, brilliant. I'm really happy we've got him. Really happy we've got him. We've got him for next season as well. Oh, hold on a minute. But I think it's quite early on, so I'm not expecting there to be any predictions. But if there could be a prediction here. What I'd like to know from the expert, really, because it does look like Ogoose has lost his place to this guy here. And this guy here has actually been performing quite well, which is probably why Ogoose has been dropped to the bench now. I really hate that you get the ad even when you click on the different tabs here. That seems a little bit over the top. These stats are quite useful, though. In fact, to be fair, I don't think we've ever really used this before. This is quite useful. You can see here that there's actually not a big difference between the average expected goals and the average goals conceded. It's probably going to be where it's going to be quite a tight game, this one. Are those Opta ads, Opta stats? I am guessing so, yeah. I'll be honest, this is really the first time that I've checked out this stats page. It's actually quite useful. Should be checking it out more, really. Because it talks about the fouls and the cards as well. Shots, passing and possession, corners. It's really good. Scoring rate. Yeah. Well, apparently, Rude, the reason they dropped the Liga MX and the Peru Chile is because there wasn't enough views. Apparently, that's the reasoning the FBL Thinker gave us yesterday, because he'd heard that in the Telegram group or something from Spicer, that's the reason they dropped the Liga MX coverage on Play Sharper, because there's not enough views. And I was like, what kind of fucking bullshit reason is that? Who cares about the views, you know? I know that they care, of course they do, but that shouldn't be a reason to pull your expert coverage for a league because it's not getting enough views, you know? Like, if anything, you just want this platform to be able to cover and have experts for as many areas as possible. Because then your platform is going to be the go-to source, isn't it? For that type of information. Just weird. If that is actually the reason, I just think it's bizarre. Oh, man. Steve Morera done me nasty last night. I was first in Champ America, and he deliberately handballs in the 88th minute. Still seething about it. Brutal. At least you didn't have a DMP goalkeeper, though, the Don. Yeah, we probably need to look. What I'm thinking here is that Ogoose is probably not going to be a super high percentage, is he? Even right up until the game's about to start. And even if he is, are we really going to be confident that he is going to be starting, given the fact that he has been dropped for the last 2 games now? I don't really think so. So what I'm thinking is that he's so cheap and is rare as well. Again, we've used that word, but that is incredible that he's around £3. He's on the market for £4, but damn. That's mental. I mean, I bought him and I thought I got a good price on him, but yeah, obviously I didn't. I would have liked to have bought him now. So let's run with the fact that Ogoose is probably not going to start. Could play Luca Hugebar. Yes, it's in the Play Sharper Telegram group. Spicer says he's not getting paid by Sorare to do it. Yeah, no, I think everyone understands that. I think that my understanding is that Sorare aren't paying Play Sharper at all to cover these leagues, right? Is that he's built a platform so that it's a great third-party tool that he can then ultimately monetize, right, for himself in the future. But he's built something that the community can use, and that's going to be almost like the Sorare data, like a very valuable third-party tool. So my understanding is that Sorare aren't paying him at all for any of these leagues whatsoever, but they just wanted to try and cover all these leagues here that are covered in the game, so that the platform could then be the most complete go-to point for Sorare managers to get information for the game week, right? I mean, I wouldn't expect, and I wouldn't actually want Sorare to Play Sharper for doing this, really, for covering these leagues at all. I just think it's a bit bizarre how it's actually there's a load of teams in here, but they've just pulled it. I don't know. We go down to the Croatian League here. Yes, there's no team lineups for that at the moment. Luca Hugeber has made his way back into the team. What I'm trying to work out here is whether I want to... yeah, I probably don't want to play him. Sure, he played 45 minutes. He got an assist, but then he came off. I don't know why he came off, actually. But even if we checked it, he's not played enough yet for me to think that he's established as the right back again. probably we would do, I don't really want to do Bocat at home against Bruges. It's quite horrible. Probably would end up playing Garterman in here. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah. Trap always has a low L15. Like Kevin Trapp consistently has an L15 of around 40. It's the whole reason why we got this giveaway going for Trap over on my Twitter. Because somebody, I remember kind of getting into a bit of a debate with somebody here on the stream, like a long time ago now, where I basically said Kevin Trapp is shit and he's not worth the price that he is on Sorare. And then I don't actually remember who it was, but the person was saying, no, Kevin Trapp's an incredible goalkeeper and he's actually cheap. And I was like, fuck off. He's not. He's not. He plays for a team that can't keep clean sheets and he doesn't do enough in the game. But that's why we got the giveaway going, because we wanted to see whether he could prove us wrong, right? And so far, Trapp hasn't proved us wrong. Wow, they concede a lot of goals, Motherwell at home. 25 at home is a lot. And then Aberdeen also concede a lot too. Yeah, I mean, this isn't great. It's actually quite strong, this challenger team. So I'm just trying to work out if we took a player out from another team, is it going to weaken that team to the point we miss out on a card reward in that one? But then do we win a card in here? Like Melly Mullenstein, for example, I think has quite a good fixture here. So Melly Mullenstein would almost be the type of player that I would want to play in here. But the problem is that if we've done that, I mean, is that a problem? It's probably not. Because if we took him out of Cap 220 and we put him in here, that is going to screw up our Cap 220 a little bit. But I think we can fix it, because we should have, I think, 2 points left over in the Cap 220 at the moment. Yeah, look, we've got 2 points left over. So if we took him out, we then need to play someone with an L15 of 40. And technically, what's happened here? Technically, we've got a couple of players in there, like Luca Hugeborough, for example. See, I don't mind almost playing Luca Hugeborough here in a 220. Yeah. Maybe that's what we need to do. You think Maxi Morales could be a good pickup since he's back in training now? Yes and no. Yes, because he's great and he's quite like low value, but also no, because he's very injury prone. So if you pick him up, just be aware that he could do great for you, but he is so injury prone. I think he's suffered with his knee a lot. Maxi Morales, actually. Let's bring him up. It's either his knee or is it his ACL? Oh, it's not how we spell his name. Sorry. Are we talking about this guy here, or are we talking about the guy who is playing back in, let's bring him up, who's playing back in the MLS, who's actually always injured? So I thought we were talking about this guy here, Maxi Morales, right? The one with the Z spelling. We're talking about this guy, right? Just to make sure we're talking about the same guy here. Because, yeah, this guy is fantastic, but He's £2.79, right? He's £2.79 in the rare. Would I buy him for £2.79? Yeah, I would. I would. But I would do so knowing that he could just potentially be injured for the whole season. Because he's at that age, he's suffered with some big injuries over the last 2 years or so. But if you can get him for a couple of games that does this here, then £2.79 already is going to look like a bargain in the rare. And then 62p in limited, of course, is really good too. So yeah, just keep in mind, I always say it, if you buy this type of player, I think he can do good, but you also have to buy him knowing that you might just be throwing away £2.79. If you don't mind throwing away £2.79 or 62p in limited, then do it. Yeah, I'd say do it. Right. Technically, there's technically there is a fix for this, but it would require me putting some money into the game. No, I don't want to do it. There is an auction that's happening for this guy. He's currently at £15.91. He would pair up quite nicely. So instead of Meli Mullenstein here, we could keep Mullenstein in 220 and then just bring Adis Jasic in here. So we've then got like a nice combo stack going. Because I do like this guy and I think he pairs quite well with Biaki, but I don't want to pay that amount for him. And this isn't even that much, but I think that where we're at in the season, I could just wait a little bit longer and then just try and get him for like less than £10 or so. I was kind of hoping that he might be available for like a tenner or maybe 12 quid or something, but his new season cards are expensive and then his old season cards are listed really high. I mean, the minimum is 34. So if we came in, then with an offer, then it's going to look like we're lowballing when actually we're not, because Adis Jasic, I think, has been going for around 20, 25. How much did he go for recently? Look at that, 11 days ago, he went for 15 or 14. So you could even argue that he's probably a little bit too high here already, but one of the reasons why he's higher is because he's just coming off the back of a good score, right? So that's another reason why I shouldn't really be buying him now. I should just be looking to buy him when he produces a couple of bad scores like this here, because then what will happen is his price will dip. Yeah, I think I do want to get him, but just yeah, he would help me now because I could play him this weekend and we could have like a nice stack combo here, but it's just too expensive. Yeah. So I think at the moment, oh, look, Garterman's 45. That's a tricky one. So at the moment, what we could do is we could bring Meli Mullenstein in here. Right, confirm that. Okay. So we take Mullenstein out of 220. We play him in here, so we then have two defenders, right? And then we keep the captaincy on Biaki, which I actually think this is a pretty decent Challenger Europe team. Because Rijeka have a fixture which I think is pretty good for them. Wolfsberger have a fixture which I think is pretty good for them. Berlstein for Vitesse, they've not been that great, but their home game against Almere, this is probably one they would feel that they can do quite well in. And then Konyaspor, the form they're in at the moment, they should be able to edge that one. So I think this team, as it is, could do quite well. But the problem is we've taken him out of 220. And it kind of presents a bit of a problem, but it's a problem that we could fix because we could actually take Hoyos out of here. And then we could play Anto Grigic as the midfielder. And then what that would do is that would free up a bit more points for us to then look at a different defender here. Like a Gartenman or an Eric Bocat if we felt Bocat was going to start. But again, I just think that's a horrible fixture to target a Bocat. We could even target Hugebert in here. That, as I say, would then solve that, and we could then still play Hoyos in here. Let's do that. Let's do that for now. I got my first ever Champion Asia side this weekend. Do tell us what the side is then, Arthur, if you can. Guys, thoughts on the team? There's definitely a couple of risks in this team. For me, when I look at this team, the two big risks here are Hugebert and Hoyos, because Hoyos at the moment isn't starting. So if we play Hoyos in here, we're doing it knowing that he could just start from the bench, but then he's got quite a good record of coming off the bench, which is why I kind of don't mind playing him. Hugebert only played 45 minutes, didn't he? We probably need to look at that, actually. Because he has suffered with a few injuries of late. Like, the way I look at the Cap 220 is that it would be great if we could do well in it, but I almost don't mind taking more risks in the 220 because I feel like it's already quite a risky, difficult kind of competition to do well in. And sometimes actually taking the risk can pay off for you. Of course, they don't as well too, but what I'm basically saying is that if I compare this team to my Challenger Europe team, or like my Cap 240 team, for example, here, like in my Cap 240, I try to like reduce the risk, right, of DMP or players starting from the bench or just really bad scorers, because this is still our main priority lineup, right? This is the one where we want to try and win that threshold because it should, in theory, be easy money. So we want to just try and play players that have little to no risk at all in a competition like this, right? And then kind of like the 220, because the prize pool isn't that great, like you can see here, the prize pool's not that great. I almost don't mind taking a bit more of a risk in this one because then if it doesn't pan out, then we're not risking that we're going to miss out on like a super duper reward. Like, most people wouldn't play a player that doesn't start. I'm actually kind of okay with playing Hoyos, who maybe doesn't start, because he's got a very good record off the bench anyway. We could instead target somebody instead of him. We could say play another player that has a better chance of starting, but yeah, it's an interesting one, because I do want to like line him up, and I think this is probably the best competition to line him up whilst he's not starting. If Hoyos was starting regularly, then I would play Hoyos in Champion America. Like, you could see here that we don't have to play him. We could play Gartenman, who is like a main starter. But the thing with Hoyos is that he's got such high upside that I almost don't mind. We've seen in the past with him that he can come off the bench and score 2 goals or 3 goals and get like an incredible AA. So that's why I feel like he's almost a perfect 220 kind of player. So I don't need to play him, but I almost want to play him. I don't know whether I'm going to play Huge Bar. I think I am going to play the other 3. I think these are locked in. So Edvardson's locked in. Patrick Zubcic, I think, is locked in as well. And the same for Anto Grigic. But yeah, I don't know if Huge was locked in. Okay, so Hugebert came off after 45 minutes. He had a yellow card. That might have been a precaution. It didn't look like he was injured here. It might have just been a precaution from the manager thinking we can't afford to go down to 10 men. And he looked liable maybe for getting another yellow. How many fouls did he make? Yeah, look, he made 2 fouls. So he was maybe flirting with a red card there. Okay. Hello to Beast, man. How you doing? Okay. I think that's a Cap 220 team that I'm a little bit more comfortable with. Having Meli Mullenstein in there was fine, but because we can't rely on Ahmed Ogus actually starting, we can't rely on having that stack for Slovic and Ogus. We need to think about somebody else that has a good fixture, that has a good potential to give us not even amazing scores, but just kind of 50, 60 scores, something like that. And Mullenstein does, right? This is actually quite a strong Challenger Europe team based on the players that we've got anyway. And I think now putting Mullenstein in there instead of Ogus gives me a bit more confidence that this team could challenge for a reward, because we honestly weren't too far off from winning something in Challenger Europe last game week from memory. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, look. So this is what we played. And in fact, look, it's very similar. We played this in Challenger Europe last weekend. So Mullenstein was in there again. Salahi was in there and Biaki was in there. And that's exactly what we've got here. Mullenstein, Salahi, Biaki. But we couldn't play Smolcic last week because he was suspended. And we decided to play Eli Room as well, so we could kind of have this this good stack going on. It's actually quite good for me to look back at this. And you can see here, look, this score of 49.7, I don't mind that too much in a Challenger Europe. Like, you can kind of get away with a score like that if you've got other players around him that can hit much higher. And Biaki can do that. Salahi can do that, as you can see here. Carlin's Arcus could actually do that too. He just didn't do it in that game. But now that we've got Smolcic in there, Smolcic can hit scores of like 70, 80. I'm good. I got gifted a height adjustable table for my birthday tomorrow and built it up in my new apartment I'm moving into on Friday. Pretty hyped. Oh, well, happy birthday, first of all, for tomorrow, but I'm sure we're going to see you tomorrow. Beast, what's your girlfriend going to be? Can we call her your girlfriend? Is she a girlfriend by now? I don't know. Are you doing anything with your girlfriend or this girl that you've been dating? I don't want to presume to call her your girlfriend, but are you doing anything on your birthday? Are you seeing her at all? Okay, so 220 is fine. Champion America's fine. Challenger Europe's fine. 270 is kind of where we've got leftovers that we don't think are going to score that good. Let's go back to Cap 240 and just revisit it. Because I actually think that we might have actually got our threshold team perfect at the first try. Eli Room in there, paired up with Carlin Zarkus, right? I need to look at Almir. They'll be christening the height adjustable table, yeah. Oh, she lives 2 hours away and has to go to university, okay. And actually, no, I don't know yet if we can call it that, but I guess so. We didn't really make it official yet. Yeah, she's just like, yeah, she's just your girl at the moment, isn't she? Rather than girlfriend. Girlfriend's kind of like the official term, but at the moment, she's your girl for now. It's quite a nice feeling, though, actually, for you, Beast, moving into a new apartment or a new place and then kind of getting lots of things to rearrange, make it your own. It's quite cool, man. At the moment, she's your her. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The first FTS community channel wedding. Yeah, we keep asking. Well, I think I keep teasing Beast to say when are you going to put a ring on her finger, but not even official girlfriend yet. But it could be a beautiful story. It could be a beautiful story. We're all interested since you mentioned it, and I think especially since you said that you were not going to go and watch football, and yes, it was because you were like ill, right? But I think it was also so that you didn't want to make yourself in a worse position so you couldn't go and meet that girl. You wanted to rest and recover so you could be good to go and meet that girl. I think since you mentioned it on the channel, we're all interested to see how it develops, right? Okay, so Almere City have conceded 21 away from home. They have scored 12. They don't score a lot away from home. That's great. It's what we were kind of hoping for. These two teams, according to the head-to-head, have only played once before, and Almere won it. That was at home. And this was when Vitesse were probably really shocking earlier on in the season. Look, they got hammered 5-0. We definitely don't want that this time round. If anything, it's probably good that Almere City beat Vitesse by that amount, because Vitesse will be thinking, okay, we need to try and get revenge here, and we need to make sure that they don't thump us again, that we thump them. I mean, to be honest with you, we could look at bringing in a different goalkeeper here, but this fits so well that like we can play both players defensively from the same team, and then kind of both players here from the same team that have a moderate fixture with still a decent forward up front. and still have a point left over. So I'd actually like to put this in the lineup builder because I would like to see whether Sorare data would automatically pick the this 5. And if they wouldn't, then I'd like to see how this ranks actually. Okay, so Game Week 459, Cap 240 rare. Okay, so it's telling us that Dominguez has a good pick score. Slovic does too, which we know, which is why we're playing him in Challenger Europe. And then Eli Room has a good pick score too. And I would expect that because you can look at the form, the projected lineup, the cost efficiency, the odds are pretty good for them to win and keep a clean sheet as well. Let's do it. Wow. Not too far off, actually. So comparing what the lineup builder has picked for 240 to our team here, it has picked Carlin Zarkis and it has also picked Jamiro Montero. It hasn't picked, funny enough, Eli Room. It's picked Dominguez, but of course we're going to play Dominguez in America. So if we discarded that, it would probably then give us what? Slovic? Should technically really give us Eli Room here. Yeah, like that. Wow, so if we say discard the goalkeeper and give us Eli Room, we've then pretty much got the team that we were thinking of playing, apart from the difference here is Branco and Pereiro is in there instead of Papi. And I get it. I get that because Branco's very good for threshold. He's not really much good for, like, we have him in All-Star Rare, which I've got to be honest with you, he's not really that type of player that suits scoring for All-Star. I'm not really comfortable that we're playing him in All-Star. He doesn't have the level of scoring that's really good enough for All-Star. But I think we probably need to revisit All-Star. But I think, you know, with the percentage that we've got boosted on Papi, how does Papi rank? Okay, so Papi's got an A rating for the pick score. He's not very cost efficient. He has a, cost of 50, which for 240 is a little bit high. They're not actually projected to do that well. But you can also see here that, look, Papi has an L5 of 70 away from home. That's a lot. And then he has an L15 of 55 away from home. So if we filter by his form away from home, if we ignore these two, Mullenstein, we're going to play in Champ America, Challenger Europe, sorry. Then we're looking at Papi. And the other thing with Papi as well is that, his matchup indicator is pretty good. And his form, he has a high ceiling. Look, 92. That's in his last 15, and his last 40, it's the same. So I actually think we've done well there. Like if we took out Amperero and then we put in Papi and then Collins again, that's a pretty strong team, though. A score of 76, it's got a 54% chance to hit the low-end threshold, which is what we're trying to aim for. That's high. That's really high to try and hit the low-end threshold. And it's got 12% chance, according to the odds, to hit 340, which, again, for 340 is actually not too bad as well. It's given me a lot of confidence that we picked it right before. Sure, it's not the same team that the lineup builder would pick, but I don't really tend to go off the lineup builder, but I do like to compare what we've picked with our own knowledge compared to what the algorithm would pick. And yeah, there's a couple of picks in there that I do get that if we were not going to enter more teams, then for sure we would probably throw in Dominguez in here. And if we weren't going to play Dominguez, we might look at Branco and Pereiro. But yeah, I think the fact that we've got a good team and we've got these two stacks going, I think is a good balance here. Free Tip Scout, how did your focus on Cap 240 rare shift with the lower reward? Do you still try to pick the best team for Cap 240 first, or do you try to build something that just scrapes the threshold and go for other rare competitions more? Actually, a really good question. I do still try to prioritize Cap 240 because for me personally, even though we have the potential now to win like 3 times less than what we were winning, I still feel like this is a competition that is just easy money because you don't actually have to get some ridiculous point score of like 3. Because let's be honest, right? For most competitions in Sorare now, most competitions, you need to realistically be aiming for like 350 as a minimum, if not more. And that's what I like about this competition, because you only realistically need to aim for 270, and hitting 270 is really quite easy. So I try to not play, I don't play my best players in here. I play the players in here that I think are good enough to just get me over the line, which is what we were kind of doing before, right? So I guess my strategy, to answer your question, my strategy hasn't really changed at all. I still just play players I think are good enough to get the job done. And because we're only aiming for 270 and we're not interested on if we hit 300 or 320, I just try to play players in here that can just do the 270. Yeah. Probably, you know what? Probably Sorare not only spotted that that's what we were doing, but also there were, I'm sure, thousands of other managers, right? In the old threshold format, I'm sure there were thousands that were looking at the Cap 240 before it changed, and they were thinking, what is the team that can just get me over the line for 280 points? And that was the big problem with the threshold, is that it only incentivized you to get the bare minimum done. It didn't incentivize or motivate you to go and buy top players at all. You could basically do the bare minimum and end up winning far more than what you could by going out, buying better players, spending more, and then playing those better players in All-Star. And you know, I've talked about this before. It's so funny because I mentioned that in a tweet, and it seemed like so many managers out there didn't understand that point, that being able to hit $50 in Cap 240 didn't make any sense at all when you compare it to that somebody might have a way more expensive team that has then hit a much higher points total. As an example, in the old format, all you needed to do was hit 280 points, right? And then you won $50, okay? Which in pounds was £40. In order to win the equivalent of the £40 or the $50, right? In, say, All-Star, you would need to hit a points total of like 370, 380, possibly even more, possibly closer to 400 or so, right? And so it didn't make sense, because you're like, well, why do I go and try and hit a way higher points total that's way more difficult to do just to win the same as what I can win if I just basically put in an average team of mid-range scorers that's going to give me the same, if not more, in 240. And I was sort of trying to explain that a few months back before they changed it. And it was so weird because there were so many managers that didn't see that that was a problem. And I'll be honest, I was super happy that Sorare decided to change that. Of course, like, I want to win $50 instead of $15, right? But it was crippling the game. And it was so broken in the game that it had to change, you know? It made a lot of sense when it was $50, when all the prices of the cards were like 10 times more, right? But if the prices of the cards are completely different and like 10 times less. And you still can't be giving out that reward of 50 because it just completely undermines not only the other competitions that you're trying to promote and you're trying to get people to build for, but it also just undermines the longevity of the platform, because then you're just giving money away for free and you're hemorrhaging money without really incentivizing spend in the game. So it was so cool that they changed it, but it was just so perplexing that managers, some managers, not everyone, but some managers really couldn't see that that was a big problem in the game for Sorare, and also just for users as well. You know, because the users that had ended up getting like 350, 370, 380 in another competition and were then getting a reward that was worth like 20 quid or 10 pounds or whatever, were thinking, well, what the fuck? And like, what's the point in this competition then? When I can just go in, I see a guy over there that's got a team of bog standard average scorers that's cost him like 20 pounds to put together, and he's just won 50 pounds or 40 pounds, sorry. Just, yeah. So, yeah, it was so broken. Yeah, it was so broken. Big time. Yeah, I mean, look, $15 for 270 is very good, isn't it? It's very good. I think it's really good. So that's why we still, when we line up build, we still try to put together a decent team. But what you'll find is that, look, Bayaki, who is arguably one of our best forwards that we have from Europe, because he has the ability to hit 100s and 80s and 90s and what he hits like high, and he does it a lot. There's no way that we're going to play a Bayaki in cap 240. And we could do it. We could find a way to do it. But the reason I wouldn't really do it is because I am never going to be really picking a target of more than 270. So if we played a Bayaki in here and he hit a score of 100, I'd be so annoyed at myself, because that would be a huge mistake to play a player that has that level of scoring in a team that we're only trying to hit 270. It's overkill. You know what I mean? Like, that's the type of scoring that we really need in Challenger Europe, or that we need in All-Star. So, yeah, like Lyndon Zalahi, for example, brilliant player. We have played him in, when we could play him, we played him in 240, because he doesn't always hit like a 70, 80, 90. And when he doesn't do it, he usually hits like mid-50s, potentially 60s, right? And that's actually brilliant for 240. He's too high at the moment for us to play in 240. And it's actually okay that he's too high, because with his level of scoring at the moment, which is pushing him to high levels in the cap mode, in the form that he's in, we could actually benefit more from that level of scoring in Challenger, where there's a huge amount of money available. There's good rewards in here. And it's then that we're not hitting 400 when we don't need to, right? I feel like the worst thing that you can do, and this is actually a good point. I think it's a good point, right? I think the worst thing you can do in 240 now is to pick the low end target, but then build a super strong team, right? A team that's almost too strong that will absolutely smash that target. You don't want to smash the target. You just want to get to that target, but not really overperform by much more. You know, it's weird to say that, but now that you have to pick those targets, you literally just want to get it and maybe be a little bit over, but you don't want to pick 270 and then build a team of your best players that then goes and hits 400, because that's not what this is about, really. You want to be playing that 400 team in All-Star or Champ America, right? Where that points total is going to be worth a lot more. And you're also not going to be kicking yourself that you bet on your team to do a lot worse than they actually did. So this team, I think, could hit more than 270. I'm not expecting it to, though. I am literally just expecting this team to hit around around the 270, right? And it kind of comes back to the method that I showed you guys a good few months back around you need to look at your players and think, how much can they give me? So if I do it now for you, just to show you, Eli Room, I think, could probably give us around 50, right? Maximum 50. I think it could do more, but you need to look at your players and think, realistically, almost like what am I expecting from this player, okay? And I think in this fixture, Eli Room, I would expect him to give us around 50. He gives us more, amazing, but I'd say 45 to 50. We'll say 50 for now. With Carlin's Arcus, I think that he could also give us around 50. If you look at his scoring, he's pretty consistent at giving 50. So I think for these two alone, we're going to get about 100, right? Jameer Monteiro is a very mid-50s type of player. I think in this fixture, he could give us around 55. So we're looking at 155. That's not including the captaincy bonus or any of the XPs or anything like that at all. So just bare, almost like a base point here. I think we could get 155 base points from these three alone. With Anti-Airseg, I would actually expect Anti-Airseg to get a decisive in this game. So I would say that we would get 60 from Airseg here. That brings us to 215. And then from Pappy, I would expect Pappy to give us around 50. Okay, so we're looking at 265 there as the base points for the whole team. And that is not including the XP bonuses that they get. Okay, and that's also not including the captaincy bonus. So we should be able to get between 270 to 300 with this team if they perform the way that I expect them to perform. And of course, if Airseg doesn't get a goal, then we're going to be getting around 40, 45, which then means that rather than us hitting the higher end range of 300, we're most likely only just about going to get over the line for 270. So I actually think this is a very good 240 team because we're not overcommitting our best players in it. We are committing players that can just about do it for us. And then we're freeing up our stronger, better players for other competitions that we want to try and target a bit harder to help us hit rewards in those too. Would any of you guys do a different captaincy here at all? I mean, the lineup builder tool says Jamiro Monteiro, and I was quite happy to see that. Probably one of the other players that I might have considered putting the captaincy on was Carlin's Arcus here. With him having a home game, it's Almere, they're not that strong, and they're certainly not that strong away from home. And Carlin's can hit like a really big score without a decisive, but also with. So that was probably the only other player that I was considering giving the captaincy to. I might still do it, but I think that Monteiro as well, he has like a huge amount of bonus on his card. And so if he can hit the similar level of score to Arcus or even better, then we're going to profit more from having the captaincy on a card with naturally, I think, 11.5% on it or something, right? Yeah, 11.5%. Free Tip Scout, all the Free Tip Scout Fund coupons are all sold out now. It's hoping to use a build it like Barca. We haven't opened them up yet, but we will open them up soon. Yeah, look, you can see that Carlin's Arcus has this really good level of scoring. Not really good, but his high-end scoring can come a lot when he's playing at home. Like, he could do that, look. He could hit us like a 94 or a 75 without a decisive. He done this for Auger, so it's a little bit different. But he's that type of player that really gets stuck in. Shimiro Montiero's been fantastic for Gaziantep since he's joined them. And I think that's probably one of the main reasons why I would give him the captaincy here. That's the level of scoring that he's doing at the moment. And aside from the game that he was on the subs bench, he's delivering pretty good AA too. So I don't know. We could captain Carlins, but I think at the moment Montiero, because he's like an all-rounder, I think he'll get the nod for now. Yeah, I think you're right as well, though, Beast. It makes it a little bit tricky because I agree. I think this is going to be quite a intense and competitive game. And Collins is probably going to be quite busy. It could be the type of game that he gets really stuck in, where he then delivers like an AA like that, right? So it might be that we need to look at seriously giving Arcus the captaincy. He's also got a really good L5. So his L5 of 64 is significantly better, of course, than his L15. So he's like hitting good form at the moment. It might be a good time for us to, give him the captaincy look. In fact, it's really good, isn't it? I didn't realize it was that good. Obviously, we don't really want to captain him if he does that, but the AA of him is actually quite impressive and it's quite consistent. This is what I like about him. He gets stuck in. He has 3 tackles there. One of the reasons he hasn't scored better here is because he didn't get the 10-point clean sheet bonus and they conceded 3 goals, which means that he has minus 12 here from his AA. But like defensively, if you take the goals conceded away, he won a lot of tackles, which is good. And then he won more duels. He made an interception. This is what I like about him. He does get stuck in. Look again. Good. He didn't win loads of tackles there, but he won 1. But then he won more duels. He made 3 interceptions. Maybe we do need to think about Collins, actually. He doesn't really tend to lose the duels. He tends to win more duels than he loses, which is good. Yeah, they don't have a lot of goals scored. Yeah, we looked at that earlier. He wins an average of 4 duels per game and has a 55% success rate there. And then he makes an average of 1.8 tackles per game, 1.5 interceptions per game, which is brilliant. He makes an average of 1.7 clearances. So he really gets stuck in. His passing's pretty good. His key passes are pretty good. We probably need to give the captaincy to him. I mean, it's risky because he could equally deliver a really bad score like that. That's the thing when you captain like a wing back or a fullback, is that they can deliver like really high scores or just really trash scores, right? But probably, if we're honest here, look at the opponent's score, 62. So on average, defenders have been scoring 62 against Almere. It is probably the game where we need to be doing it for him. Let's do it, actually. The more I think about it, the more I quite like it. Yeah. I quite like the idea of it. The only thing that we need to think about here now is if we change the captaincy to him, when is actually his game? Okay. Is his game on... Okay, so his game's on Saturday. I was going to say, if his game's on Friday, like early, or if his game was early on Saturday, then me being superstitious around fantasy football, it's the early game kickoff, isn't it? The early game kickoff curse. But he doesn't have that. But if he did have that, I would have probably not captained him. Cool. Okay. So our Capsule 40 is good. Our Challenger Europe is good. Our Champion America is good. I think our Cap 220 is pretty good. Our All-Star Rare is not so great. And we need to fix it. So we need to play Hervey Kofi in here because he's our only other goalkeeper that we have in Rare that's a starter. This is going to be a bit of a weird one. I think we are going to play Leonardo Morales in here. Morales does not have a good game. He doesn't tend to do that well away from home. But he is that type of player where he can give us a score of 100. And that's exactly the type of player that you need to be lining up in All-Star. So even though I think that they could get absolutely hammered here, Gymnasia, and they could not do that great, the thing with Morales is that he's the type of defender that is very switched on for positioning. So he will often make loads of last man tackles or clearances off the line because he gets himself in those right positions. So even if they do concede a lot of goals, he could still get a decisive. So we are going to pick him. We're just going to have a little look to see who else we've got. Yeah, we're going to pick him. We might even captain him. And then when you look at our midfield here, our midfield's a little bit tricky. Because we don't have a load of great options here. Dimir Grylac away from home? I don't think so. Molon at home against AZ? I don't think so. Pedro Santos at home against Inter Miami? He's a good player that can give really good scores, but I just don't think this is a good fixture for him. I mean, there's a big temptation for me here to play. There is a big temptation here for me to play Pinares, then Tapia, and then Branco and Pereiro. So we can just play like 3 from Universidad Católica, and we just hope that we get lucky that Pinares starts and that Tapia starts, because they don't tend to start. But I also don't mind if we take a risk here. So I think we are going to do that team in All-Star. It's not the type of team that I would really like to play, because we have a lot of question marks on this team. But it is the type of team that if we get lucky with Morales, if Kofi continues his fine form, and then if Católica can pull their finger out and start to play a lot better, and if we get lucky that Pinares and Tapia start, it could be a team that could surprise us, right? Thank you, Arthur. Thank you so much, man, for jumping in. We'll definitely catch you on the next one. I know we will. I think as well, when we were looking at the options, we really don't have many other options. like up front, for example. Like, I guess we could play Frank Bolly. We could play Frank Bolly. Who's starting now. But then we're still going to have a bit of an issue here in the midfield. I mean, we do have a bit of an issue. Like we could risk it with the stack, or we could just play a bit safer where we don't stack at all. And then we just play. I mean, Kadri's got such a horrible fixture though. But then at least we know he's a starter, isn't he? Why don't we actually mix it up? I almost, yeah, we're going to mix it up. We could run that team that I just showed you. We could do it. We could risk it. Equally, what we could do is we could just not play the stack in All-Star and then just play it as a very punty throwaway team in Cap 270. Because it kind of is, right? Because we don't know whether Tapia is going to start. We don't know whether Pinares is going to start. Not really. Even if they're projected to start, you don't know with this team at the moment. They seem to be in a bit of turmoil. And then Amperero is also not the type of scorer for All-Star, which is what I was saying earlier. Let's do it. Kadri doesn't have a good game, but he is the main starter. So what we could do is we could probably play Kadri, and then we could actually play Pedro Santos as well. Let's play Santos here for now. Okay. And then in the extra position, who else do we have instead of Kadri? We've got Gartenman. We've got Bocat, who has a kind of a horrible fixture. And again, he kind of lost his place last game. We've got Dimir Grilak. So it's a case of Dimir Grilak or Kadri away to Anderlecht, which is horrible, isn't it? I mean, it's horrible. I feel like if I pick Kadri here, I'm basically picking a Kadri who's going to deliver me a score of 39. We shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that. Mixing it could be devastating. Some could get good points and others don't. Risking it, from the other hand, they could all get scores or bad scores. Like this, wouldn't you be taking players from safe lineups? No, I'm not. I know what you're saying. We have Pedro Santos in 270, which is a throwaway. And we've also got Bolly in 270, which is a throwaway. So what we're kind of doing is we're thinking, do we take these players out of the throwaway, which are starters and that can score good? Do we put them into All-Star, which should be a competition that we prioritize to some level, and then we just throw in our stack, which we're not really sure on, given the team's not really in a good position and the players aren't really starting either. I think we should do it like that, but I think that we don't play Kadri in here. Instead, what we do is we play. I mean, to be fair, we could play Branco Amperero in here. I feel he's not great for All-Star, but he has a better AA potential and a better scoring potential than a Dimir Grilak away to Dallas. So maybe we keep Amperero in like that to run with two defenders, okay? Then we've got Pedro Santos, who's a midfielder card, but actually plays as a defender. And then we've got Bolly, who's now starting, which is why I picked him up. No surprise. I picked up Bolly basically when he wasn't starting, and then about 2 games later, he's now starting. There's never a coincidence with stuff like that. I do my research. Bolly's now starting, and he's got a good home game as well against Pachuca. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, that is a very un-all-star team that we are hoping can really surprise us in All-Star. But you know what? If it doesn't, that's fine, because we're not really prioritizing All-Star this week high up. Our main priorities are 240, Challenger, Europe, Champion America, and then Cap 220, actually, and then All-Star, and then 270, which is now going to be our throwaway team, and then All-Star Rare Plus is going to be a complete throwaway team. Yeah, nice little win for Bolly. One of the things that's really useful getting into a habit on Sorare is because Sorare is a game, obviously, that revolves around scarcity. A good strategy to do is to try and find players, ideally in the highest scarcities if you can, but if not, then of course any scarcity is fine. But try and find good players that you know Sorare can't mint anymore, right? And then try and find them in low supply too, because then you shield yourselves from prices absolutely crashing, because they won't, because there's only a few of them in the game, and Sorare can't crash those prices for you by minting like tons and tons and tons on a daily basis, right? So a good little tip for everyone is obviously just target good players in general, but then any players that you do like, that you spot in the game that have really low supplies of their cards, then try and prioritize those more. Yeah. Because at the moment, if Bolly, let's say that Bolly, I don't think he will, right? But just for example, let's say that Bolly over the next 5 games hits a perfect score of 100 in every single game, right? It's not going to happen. But just for example's sake, what's going to happen is that everyone's going to start to look and think, shit, like this guy's doing amazing. I want to pick him up. And they can't go to Sorare for that player, because Sorare don't have the license to mint a Frank Bolly. So the only place they can go are the 26 managers that have the Frank Bolly in the rare, or the 2 that have the super rare. And then his price is going to absolutely rocket. And I could then dictate how much I want to sell him for. And I don't even need to sell him then. But if I wanted to, I'm in a great position where I basically have cornered the market, right? I've cornered it. And then I can just sell him for crazy amounts of money if I wanted to. So trying to find players that are not only in low supply, but also can't be minted anymore by Sorare is a very good strategy in Sorare to try and do. Okay, so in our cap 270, we're now going to put in here the players that we were not going to play. You know, in fact, we can put Garterman in here. And then we can put Kadri in here. And then we can put Tapia in here. And then we can pair Tapia up with, where's he gone? Pinares, right? Like that. And then we can give the captaincy to, doesn't really matter, because this is a team we're expecting to do terrible. So we're just trying to put all of our bad scorers in one team. Let's do that. And then we'll do the same for All-Star Rare Plus as well, where we need to fill it with players like Bokat here, for example. Then like Grylak and Molon. So Grylak here. Then probably Molon. Could put a Goose in here as well if we wanted to. But let's put Molon in, because Molon is at least a starter. Yeah, Molon goes in there. And then, again, it doesn't matter who we captain here because this is a dead team. This team's not going to win anything. So we just captain, let's captain Molon here. Let's do that. Okay. I'm actually much more happier with our rare teams now. I think they make a lot more sense now. So the 270 and the All-Star Rare Plus are basically throwaway teams where we can just put in our leftovers. And then 240, Challenger Europe, Champion America, 220, and All-Star are our main teams in rare. We have a kickoff super rare, which is not really worth talking about. This is a complete throwaway. Okay, let's take another quick break. And then when we come back, we're going to maybe look at the other lineups that we've got as well. I think, to be fair, our Challenger Europe is not going to change. I think our MLS Specialist is not going to change. I think under 23 is probably fixed as well. Cap 240 is probably fixed too because we're running a stack with that one, Luton Town. Probably the only teams that we need to look at in Limited are All-Star and 220. So yeah, when we come back in a couple of minutes, we'll do those and then we'll open up some free Tit Scout Fund coupons too. And we'll have a little ponder in Pooky as well. So don't go anywhere, stay connected, and I'll see you guys in another 5 minutes. All right, guys, we're back again. Who have we still got in here? Who's still around? Brood's in here representing. We've got a couple more teams, I think, to do. Just a few. I think I'm pretty happy actually with our lineup building for this week. I don't know why, but this week just seems to be. It seems to have been a lot easier for us to lineup build. Probably because we're running more stacks as well. I don't know whether we're running more stacks, but our stacks just make more sense, I think. That's what I'm saying. So when we saw that Alanyaspor had a home game against Kayserispor, we were like, well, we'll just run the whole team in Challenger. And then Luton, we usually play the whole team in the Premier League in-season, but there's no Premier League in-season this weekend, but we can still play them all together in Cap 240 because it's Luton and they have low L15s, right? So it's so weird. The Nottingham Forest logo is like, it doesn't really appear because it's a white logo. It's like a pure white logo, so it kind of disappears here. Just like Luton are playing no one. All right. Let's we done our 220 yesterday and we also done All-Star. I actually think our All-Star team is pretty good. We have, again, Morales in here, which is a little bit of a risk, right? Because we're playing him in All-Star Rare 2. But again, he's that type of player that we should be playing in an All-Star lineup. We've had to change our goalkeeper of Guzman to Felipe Rodriguez because if you don't know, Guzman's going to be out for 2 months now. And then we have the combo of Jasic, Biaki, and Porteous again. Funny enough, right? This Porteous is a card that we bought to give away. But we've just not given him away yet. So I think I'll use him this weekend. And then when we have a giveaway time, I'll throw him in another giveaway. Yeah, cool. Okay, Cap 220. So remember we were talking about low L15, under 40 players earlier today. And one of the players I mentioned was Kaminsky. Well, we have Kaminsky as a limited, but we've also got him as a common. And I think we probably will play him in here. A home game against Nottingham Forest. It's a must-win game for Luton, really. Should be kept quite busy. And it allows us to free up more points for other positions. I don't know whether I want to play POV in here. Okay. I think we are probably going to need to play anti-Essex up front here, which I'm cool with, given our options. Jordan Clark with a cost of 31 is a good enabler. Reece Burke is starting at the moment, but it's never clear that he's always going to start. But I think we would play him here so we can get that Luton Town defensive stat going. Yeah, I think we would. So we just have like a load of points here where we can play somebody that doesn't fit into the rest of our teams. And I think, to be fair, that's why we were playing POV. He's not really the type of player that you should pick. In fact, he's not the type of player you should pick in 220. But given the fact that we can, and I don't actually think we've got many other players that we could pick here. We could pick Maric, but not in this fixture. Monteiro we could pick, I guess, if we wanted to. I mean, to be fair, we could do Monteiro and then we could do Pappy if we wanted to, no? Yeah, we could do that as well. But, I mean, it kind of defeats the purpose of having Kaminsky in here. If we're going to play Kaminsky, we might as well play a Luton Town defender too. Yeah, I think that team's fine. All right. It's very, very quiet in the chat. Very quiet. What's everyone's teams that they are prioritizing for the weekend? And in a minute, I'm going to ask 2 people to do our remaining 2 predictions in the USA League. And if you can get them 100% correct, you will win a limited card. So do we have any volunteers? Volunteers to win a limited card. All right. Fury Sin, did you do an MLS prediction yesterday for me on Pooky? I wasn't able last night to rewatch the stream and make a note of it, but I will do it today for the guys that gave me the predictions. Was you on the stream yesterday, and did you give me a prediction for an MLS game? Yeah, I remember you did one, Twitch. You done the Chicago one, didn't you? For 3-2. No, you didn't. I guess I missed it. I didn't watch the whole stream. Perfect. That's actually the answer I was hoping for. So you can pick. Do you want to predict for Austin, Philadelphia, or Galaxy versus St. Louis? Cool. Okay. Pick a score. Tell me a score for this game. If the game ends up being 100% correct to your prediction, you will win a limited card. Cool. Yeah, seen a select which game, eh? Any score, Fury Sin. You don't have to take all day about it. Just any score, man. So Galaxy 2, St. Louis 1. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. So if it ends up being 2-1, exactly like that, you will win a limited card from me this weekend. So keep an eye on that game. Okay, we have one more prediction. It's the Austin versus Philadelphia one. I need a volunteer again. Somebody that did not predict the predictions or did not predict yesterday. Did you not do one yesterday, Connor? I thought you'd done one yesterday, Connor. If you've already done one, then you can still, I guess you could still technically give me a prediction, but yeah, you wouldn't be able to win a card, 2 cards. But you didn't do one yesterday, no? Okay. If you didn't, that's great. I do need to check the stream from yesterday, and I need to make a note of everyone who gave me the predictions. But yeah, if you didn't do one, please give me a score for Austin versus Philadelphia. And if you get it 100% correct, then I will give you a limited card. (3-1) Austin, I love it. Okay, so 3-1 Austin, lock it in. Boom. So if that game is 3-1, you've won yourself a limited card. It must be 3-1 to Austin for you to win the limited card. Yeah, and it does give me some nice points if it comes in too. So thank you, Connor. Appreciate that, man. To be honest, I would have probably done something similar to that. I might have done 2-1 instead, but I quite like the 3-1. Because, yeah, we're going hard here. Go hard or go home, right? So what I'll do tonight after the stream is I'm going to kind of put just a tiny little spreadsheet tracker together so I can make a note of who gave me what prediction on what game. And then I can just kind of keep track as to who gets it 100% correct and who wins the limited card. So thank you to everyone that gave me the predictions here. What we should do whilst we're on Pooky now is we should use our leftover energy to check some of the games here to see whether we can squeeze more points out of them or not. Yeah, it's not bad, is it? I think it's a little bit of fun. Also means that you guys can follow games a bit more closer as well. Like if you know that you've given me a prediction as you've done for Austin, then you're now going to be watching Austin quite closely, aren't you? Probably, knowing that you could win a limited card from it. Wow. Dortmund versus Frankfurt has gone up by 30 points. Wow. That's a lot. Why has it gone up? Why would the 3-1 win to Dortmund have gone up so significantly? Do they know something that we don't? Because if anything, I would have expected that to have gone down, not up. So kind of the way I read this then is that this has actually got higher. Now, I don't know what bookmaker. I think it's actually a combination of bookmakers, if I'm honest with you, rather than one single one. But because these points are based off the odds, then the way you need to read it is that the 3-1, let's just take this for example, the 3-1 from William Hill is 12, okay? Now, if it's gone up, it means that it was actually lower than 12 yesterday when we done the prediction. So it would have actually been like 11 or 10 or whatever it was, right? And the reason I'm just like, wow, is because I actually think 3-1 is so realistic that it should be going down, not up. So it's good for us because if we really believe this here, then we can get an additional 30 points from this game. But I'm just surprised that this has gone up. We're going to lock it in. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking, is anyone injured then from Dortmund? But Twitch Gaming saying no one's injured, apart from Haller and Ryerson. Maybe they've changed the odds actually because of the game tonight. That's probably what's happening. Yeah. So what we should do actually is we should lock in the extra 30 points here. Because if, for example, Dortmund suffer if Dortmund suffer an injury to a big key player, then it's going to go up even further. But if they don't, it's likely that we won't be able to get this price again of 364. Because I'm telling you now, we're lucky to get this here. So we're going to lock it in. 3-1. Okay, that was the only game from our German League predictions which really changed, which is cool. And then the USA League one. Have a quick look here. I'm not expecting really any of these to have changed too much because we only done the predictions yesterday. They will tend to change quite a lot as we get closer to the game week starting. Yeah, we just done that one. Oh, this one's changed quite a bit. Okay, Nashville. That one's changed a little bit, but not enough. Yeah. So the Nashville one, we will also update that one too. Because at the moment, we locked in 304.8 points. But actually, if we update the prediction, we can get a possible additional 20, what's that? 32, sorry. An additional 32 points here, which is a lot in Pooky. So we're going to do it. Okay. Wow. Starter packs have sold out. Standard packs have sold out. You can only now get booster packs and the mega pack. So if you haven't bought a sticker pack yet and you want to, get a move on because they will be sold out. And the same for the Pooky Balls as well. And again, don't forget to use the link in the chat to get loads of freebies as well to help you start playing this game. We're so close to getting Ascension going as well. 59 and 56 here. Okay. We'll open up some free Tits Out fun coupons now. Cool. Yeah, it's quite helpful. Yeah, UC Helper. It's quite a good fixture for Rakovic, actually, to do well. Yeah, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm aware. We're going to have a good midfielder here. I might switch him out. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow. Because if they smash Karabag in the first half and Wirtz is starting, then of course he can come off the at half time, and then he's more likely to start on the weekend. But yeah, thanks, man. It's on my mind. Don't know whether I want to have this guy in here. I don't think so. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is safe. Boy, Matty. Lewandowski is actually not a good pick here, really. This is better. Junior Ito. This guy's in really good form. This guy's smashing it, really, isn't he? Let's put him on the bench there. Yeah, it's safe. Yeah, I knew what you meant. It's safe to use your bank card. I don't know if we have Kylian Bevis, actually. I don't know if we do. But look, we've got so many players that we should have him. I don't think so, though. Let's have a look. Yeah, look, we do. Kylian Bevis, there you go. Yeah, we got him. I don't know how long we've had him for, but yeah, we've got him. He's doing good at the moment, isn't he? He's doing very good. I think we're going to stick, though, with Junior Ito. He's got quite a good fixture at home, and he does very good at home. So potential to smash it here is huge. We're going to leave him as the extra forward, and then as the midfielder, Oh, Lewis O'Brien. Luke O'Neill as well. He DMP'd in the last game. Okay. He got a yellow card, so he's probably suspended. Yeah, we can put Brian there, or O'Brien. And then as an extra defender, We can put Iocab. Wow, what a name. Yeah, let's do that. Cool. I don't actually think I've done the tournaments yet. MLS Special Weekly. $150, $150,000 in total cash rewards. Cool. There are 4 competitions you can enter for this special weekly. Limited, rare, super rare, unique. Managers must build their 5-player cards within a 280-point cap. Okay, all the bonuses are applied. And then a minimum of 3 limited and 3 rare cards from the current season. As we read about this before. There's multiple entries. You can enter up to 3 lineups as well. And then, yeah, that's the prize pool. It's interesting. So the prize pool ramps up in terms of how much you can win. So by the last game week, that is going to be the most that you can win. Interesting. All right. I bet you are, yeah. Are you not going to the Dortmund game? I thought you'd be going to the Dortmund game, no? Oh, you're a bit ill, slight signs of a flu. Oh man, sorry to hear that. But hopefully your team can make you feel way better. I'm sure they're going to win. I'm sure they're going to go through. PSV are good, right? But gotta say, PSV beating Dortmund. I know it was 1-1, but Dortmund should get it done now. I'd like to see Dortmund get it done too. What do you reckon the score is going to be? Twitch Gaming. Predictions 3-1. It's a good prediction, man. I'd say 2-1, given the stakes of the game. All right. That's it for today. We're going to call it a day. So thank you so much, guys, for all of your time on today's stream. Hope you found it useful, especially around cat players. And good luck for the rest of your teams tonight. I'm going to catch you all again tomorrow. So thank you so much again, and I'll see you tomorrow, guys.